Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the clubhouse here at Glendoveer Golf and Tennis Club in Portland, Oregon for the 2023 Portland Open presented by Latitude64. I'm Brian Earhart, joined by the man on the ground this week, Terry Miller. Welcome to Tournament Central. Terry, it's a beautiful place here in Portland, Oregon. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and our players should certainly be excited about what's going on out here today. Our first ever Elite Series Plus event, 150% of the points available out here. It's going to be a great weekend.
Well, Kristen Tatar's back. There's so many stories, but we need to talk about Kristen. She flew all the way back from Estonia after spending a lot of downtime there with her friends and family. We both kind of listened to her at the presser. Before we jump into that, what did you notice from Kristen when you spoke to her?
Well, Kristen certainly looked poised. She looked stoic like she always does. She looked professional. She's ready to go. She also looked, and she even admitted to it and said that she's feeling a little bit of jet lag. And I think there's one thing that so many of us don't understand is the fact that when you're traveling back and forth, you hear of jet lag, but when you're doing it, especially as a professional athlete, I think it takes an additional toll on your body and probably a little bit mentally, but we know, again, the consummate professional that she is, she's here and she'll be ready to go.
And I think the big thing that I noticed was the media still didn't feel comfortable for her. She was poised because she is a professional, but like she said, I feel a little bit like a unicorn. Let's actually hear a bit more from her at the presser so you don't have to listen to us talk about it.
I just lived a very ordinary, normal, quiet life. Something that I missed because whenever I come here, I feel like I'm this unicorn coming from a faraway, unknown land and get a lot of attention. So sometimes it gets a little bit draining. So I think I was longing for something like normal, ordinary, quiet, and that's what I got.
Well, it's funny. She said she feels like a unicorn from a faraway land, but you said it best, Terry. You're also the best player in the world right now, and that's a lot of responsibility that she has to carry.
Yeah, and as I was saying to her, that comes with being the best, and some of our other players have talked about that somewhat openly, saying, hey, there's a lot of pressures, there's a lot of things and obligations, especially now in a new world of disc golf and disc golf media, from where we were 5 or 10 years ago with just maybe one interview a week or two interviews a week. Now we have things like press conferences, now we have post-round interviews, all of those obligations, and then the podcast and things that follow after a big win. And I always think about whether it's a Monday or a Tuesday night, what these players are going through and how many people are being reached out to and what they have to do and what those obligations are. And we all know it makes good for your brand, excuse me, it makes good for your brand and your brain, and it can be exhausting.
Absolutely. And someone who has withstood all of the media pressure for over a decade is also here and playing great golf. Paige Pierce. We've talked about her every week for what feels like years and years on end, and she's still here playing at a high level. Just a recent victory at the OTB Open. What have you gathered from Paige this week after talking to her?
Well, one thing we opened with yesterday real quick, it was her 32nd birthday yesterday, and that actually plays in the fact that I met Paige in 2007. I was at the Amateur World Championships in Wisconsin. She's talked about being a pro, a touring pro, now for 14 years. And she basically told us she feels like she's always learning. Every single event, every single moment of her life, especially with what she's discovered in her life partner and everything else that she's experiencing off the course, it feels like that's all projecting forward, and we're going to see how it plays out on the course.
You watch it with any top athlete in any sport. There's like mental gymnastics that they have to do over the years to continue the motivation to keep winning, especially when she had some of these streaks where she was demolishing the field for what felt like years in a row. She seems to really be enjoying disc golf right now. I actually followed her on a practice round this week, and she was laughing and yelling and cheering on her card mates. And the thing that we talk about is her desire to play the fun shot rather than the optimal shot, and how she has to constantly battle with how skilled she actually is and how her brain wants to go to something more challenging rather than something that might be a better golf shot. She spoke about it during the presser this week, but let's hear from her when she spoke yesterday.
It's been critiqued of my play that I try the harder shot maybe. So in trying to realign your goals and like, do I want to win tournaments or do I want to throw the fun shot? Right now, I kind of feel like want to win tournaments. So I'm not just throwing the roller because it's fun. You know, I'm throwing the shot that's called for, and out here I really don't believe it is rollers. At OTB, I did feel like, you know, when I have to carry it 450 feet, but there's a tree branch right here, the only way I'm going to get there is a roller. So really just looking at the shot at hand and being very logical about it. And yeah, that's one of the best parts about disc golf for me. It's like you have 30 seconds to figure out what the best thing is, now throw it, you know, and that's really cool.
Well, I've always said when Paige Pierce is playing great disc golf, it's a beautiful day, because when she does take those technical lines, when she doesn't necessarily have to, it kind of keeps you on the edge of your seat. She always seems to be dangling by a thread, even though she's putting together a great round. You've watched so much disc golf from Paige. What do you gather from that?
The two big things that I take away, and something I talked to her also, is about, one, if she's going to throw rollers out here or not. She says there's plenty of airspace so that she may not see any rollers. It was unique to see her throwing rollers at OTB. That's just not a common shot for her. And the second thing, I'm going to draw a parallel to Simon Lizotte. Simon Lizotte started winning and went on a big winning streak last year. And when we talked to him, he said, my injury held me back, and I started taking smarter lines. I stopped being the showman as much. He's like, I love throwing those. I love entertaining the crowd. I love throwing the more difficult shots. But as soon as he scaled it back, as soon as he stopped doing that, he racked up 4 wins last year. And I'm getting chills, honestly, just thinking about what we saw from him. So this may be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Paige Pierce if she's saying, hey, I'm going to scale things back. I'm not going to be quite as much of a show-off. Not that that was her intent. But if she scales things back, that could translate into wins.
As long as she can not get bored playing that style like she has said in the past, I think we could see her and Kristen just a classic battle like we've seen in the past. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, Val Mandujano has a statement to make. She is not playing this week, but we will hear from her. We'll see you then.
Hey, I'm Johannes,
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
and today we're going to talk about how to aim.
We have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw. Here we go.
So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What? Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Welcome back. Valerie Mandujano not playing this week, sidelined with an ankle injury that's put her out longer than I think a lot of people thought. She signed a 1-year deal with Discraft. Everyone very excited to see her throw that new bag, and she's still not here. She mentioned that she is going to be playing at the Dynamic Disc Open. Have we seen an ankle injury sideline someone like this in recent memory?
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising knowing that she's so active, knowing that she's out there with her husband, with her sister playing, and takes really good care of herself. And in fact, in the off season, is always posting about workouts. And now we know that sometimes, obviously, that's how you may gain an injury. But it is kind of surprising to see her come back. And I think what's maybe a little bit disappointing for her is she's not here to defend some of the titles that she acquired last year. It was so impressive what she did, especially on this Northwest swing. So for her not to be here to defend those titles, and like we're going to see her return at the DDO this year. So that'll be exciting. And maybe like Ricky Wysocki, she'll have a new fire, a new energy, and she'll have fresher legs, hopefully a good ankle and fresher legs like Ricky Wysocki does.
Well, what's interesting is she started to not be an underdog anymore after last season. She won quite a few events and made a name for herself. But maybe this is what makes her feel like an underdog again, which got her those wins in the first place. So could be a blessing in disguise, like you said, but we'll just have to see. I mean, it's easy to feel swallowed up when you're on tour if you're not one of the top 5 players in the world. So hopefully she has the mental fortitude to press forward. But we'll just have to see. Let's jump forward to a player that has been playing fantastic golf out here. Jen Allen wins the Beaver State Fling. I mean, everyone knew that she had the skills to do it, but she finally proved it. She's been a PDGA member since '99. Terry, you've interacted with her quite a bit over the years. Are you surprised?
Not really. No, Jennifer Allen, of course, I feel like she's playing some of her best golf. In fact, I asked her of that yesterday. She is she's really dialed in on all accounts. And it's not really been a secret that one thing that she's really struggled with over the last couple of years has been putting. It's been inside the circle and even sometimes really short range putts. We didn't see that at Beaver State Fling. Her putting looked dialed through and through. In fact, one of the only putts I remember her missing the entire weekend was for a drop-in birdie in which no one else was getting that hole anyway. So even her par was picking up strokes on the rest of the field. She had birdied the day before on hole number 17. So great to see Jen Allen, of course. She's been battling in both FPO and FP40, and I think she's got a newfound love and excitement as well. Not that she ever lost it, but she definitely is feeling rejuvenated right now.
Well, we certainly felt that energy yesterday at the press conference. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I really just think it's the back 9 of West that really, 2 big shots versus playing circle bar was maybe a little long, but it was one long drive and then everyone throwing an up shot. So there was really no advantage of my distance at circle bar. Where this, on those 9 holes, because we're throwing 2, 3, there's a couple par 5s. I'm throwing 3 or 4 destroyer shots before I get to the basket. So, and some of those are uphill. So there's some long ones. So I think with that many consecutive throws in a row, we're going to pick up a stroke to where they're going to have to make their putt, and maybe we can miss the putt and still get the same score. But I don't think it'll be a huge difference.
She's talking about the distance of this property. I mean, it's a 231-acre golf facility. There's 2 18-hole disc golf courses put on here. And this West course is really, really long. A lot of the FPO players saying it's a bomber course. Do you think distance is actually going to be as much of an advantage as she was saying?
Well, it definitely is going to give her more opportunities, and I think we've heard that on both the MPO and the FPO side. Yeah, you're throwing long shots, but at least it's giving you an opportunity. Even if you miss something from short range, you were there, maybe you have a tap-in par. And so that's going to give you, I don't want to say a full stroke advantage by any means, but it's definitely going to set up and give you. The other thing that we heard from a lot of the players is they were saying, well, there's a lot more to think about than just the distance. It's not just raw distance out here, and that makes for a really scary weekend of thinking, okay, it's not just overpowering, it's also the greens and how those look and all of the OB that comes into play. So I'll be excited to see what she can do, and really, most importantly, can she keep the momentum rolling of what she's had over the last 45 days?
Well, like we've said, 4-round tournaments now on the tour feel like a major because everyone's here, and especially with this being 150% of the points, we'll just have to see how they adjust to these 2 courses. Another player who said their distance isn't where they want it to be, but it's clearly well ahead of the rest of the field, Kat Murch, who's been playing phenomenally recently. And again, another player that you've watched kind of grow up in this sport. What have you seen in her development, both physically and mentally?
It's been so impressive what we've seen. In fact, just on the way here for this event, I was looking through some old Junior Worlds footage. I was seeing if I had some Gannon Burr footage, and one of the shots that I came across was Kat Murch. That's where I met Kat Murch, was at the Junior Worlds just a few years ago in Emporia, Kansas. So that tells you just how old Kat Murch is, that she's still relatively new to the game. And then seeing her pick up her 2 biggest wins of her career in the last 30 days or so, of course, winning in Jonesboro, and then just in the last week, just absolutely incredible. And as I called her out on, she has that sneaky distance. I'm watching her throw at Jonesboro, and I'm watching her also at Beaver State Fling and thinking, wow, you're within 5 feet. And then we saw the cut roller at Beaver State Fling. That was a clip in itself. And she talked a little bit about that skill and how essentially she's not afraid to bust out a new shot on any given tee pad. That's a little bit dangerous and fun.
We watched her throw the lefty backhand at Jonesboro on hole number 8, and I think a lot of players saw that and went, I wish I had the guts to do that. Even though the shot didn't play out, it's bold to do that, and I think she's going to channel that confidence for the rest of her career. At least she's going to try. Let's listen to what she had to say about her own development yesterday.
When I first started to play, I had no backhand whatsoever. So when I learned it, there was a lot of things going wrong. There was like a lot of rounding. There was some weird arm pulls. So I really tried to pride myself on getting it straight back and pulling it through the power pocket and making sure that it gets just straight and my whole arm is connected to my body and whatnot.
That's the big thing that I've taken away from Kat is yes, she says she's going to work hard and she's going to commit to having a new mindset, and she's actually doing it. It's not easy to do, especially when you're on the tour where not every week is your week. Most weeks are likely not your week unless you're maybe Kristen Tatar or Paige Pierce. So the fact that she is just chugging away and celebrating the little victories, she keeps saying, I don't know what's coming next. I don't know what's going to happen this week. I'm going to do my best. I'm happy to be here. I love hearing that from a young player like Kat. I think the game is in good hands right now, moving into the future. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, a course spotlight here at Glendoveer.
This is Latitude64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. Joined here by PGA's Hayden Henry. Got a fantastic event being broadcast here in Portland, Oregon, but we have so much more high-level disc golf action being broadcast all over the world. What does the PGA have going on right now?
Yeah, just nonstop coverage from the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Disc Golf Network. So great to be back here in Portland. But in just 2 weeks, a partnership between the PGA Euro Tour and the Disc Golf Network will bring live coverage of 7 PDGA Euro Tour events. So just an incredible partnership between PDGA Europe, PDGA Global, and the Disc Golf Network. We're excited to get on the ground running over there to showcase, the growing talent pool all over Europe. And rumor is there's some other 6-time world champion over there going to be playing a few of those events as well. So just exciting stuff. Wall-to-wall coverage. We're here in the Pacific Northwest, Beaver State Fling, and now at Portland Open. Had Solinsky last week. So disc golf fans, you have no excuse for not watching any bit of live coverage here or around the world.
European disc golf is so interesting, too, because a lot of the places they're playing these tournaments are much more wooded than a lot of the courses that we'll see in the United States. So you see a different breed of player kind of growing over there overseas. We see how technical a lot of the Europeans play when they come over here to the States. Actually jumping into the business side of things, how long has it taken to form this partnership, to create this coverage over in Europe?
Yeah, this has probably been in the works for over a year now. I'm just slowly building. PGA Europe is expanding with staff members. Matej Verl is the PGA Euro Tour manager, has been crucial in getting this off the ground. So 2 weeks away at the Kona Piste Open, you'll be able to watch live disc golf from Europe on the Disc Golf Network.
Phenomenal stuff. So much disc golf to watch. Up next, a course spotlight here in Portland, Oregon at Glendoveer Golf and Tennis.
Here at Glendoveer, the courses are also different, but one of the big wins in designing West this year was using some of the design characteristics that really made East special last year on West. So that means avoiding a lot of the golf infrastructure. Sometimes we use it well and creatively, and it makes some risk-reward decisions for us. But a lot of times we're playing in the giant Douglas firs in between the fairways and natural areas. We're able to take advantage of that because disc golf benefits when it uses those natural features and stays away from some of the golf infrastructure. What's beautiful here about the golf infrastructure is that it allows for large crowds. In fact, it's almost like a disc golf diorama every hole. It's like a stage that we can set and everyone can view it from the fairways. This reminds me of the Pacific Northwest. We have some elevation. We've got beautiful, huge Douglas fir trees. A couple things make me proud of this hole. This is hole 8 on the East course. The first thing I think of when I think about this hole is collaboration. I'm the lead designer on both these courses, but it's taken our entire Glendoveer design team to make this happen. You know, whether it's Brian Cole, Evan Spur, Christine Jennings, Dustin Keegan, Phil DeLone, like everybody's put in their touches and made holes better. A constant theme for the player is decision making, especially off the tee. There's multiple gaps, but not so many that you're wondering what's happening. It's a downhill gap that you could eagle if you hit it perfect, bringing more and more disc golfers from around the world to really exhibit what Pacific Northwest disc golf is about in a way that we can bring in 10,000 people.
The Pro Tour's last elite stop was in Stockton, California, and there our friends at Uplay got involved in the community and brought disc golf to the children. Let's check out the impact that they made out there in California.
We built this club back in 1989, and what's really neat about events like this is the programs have evolved. And so what you guys have done today is so cool, and you're going to have the kids doing new things that they've never done before. So it's an honor to be here with you and all the disc golf folks. It's just really tremendous.
I think it was very helpful for the club to pick a location that now has a disc golf course across from it.
And you guys, one-liner. How'd you feel about the presentation today?
The presentation was tremendous.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Tournament Central will be taking a quick commercial break. On the other side, Simon Lizotte looking to defend his title here in Portland. Can he do it? We'll talk about it after the break.
Latitude64 boys down here just finished checking out the telemetry you have, and everything is A-OK.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Simon Lizotte looking to defend his title here in Portland, Oregon. Simon had a couple interesting things to say yesterday at the presser. What did you take from it?
Well, one of the big things that I talked about, and I hate to bring up negative things, but he didn't cash the last time he played an event. He didn't cash at the OTB Open, and what I saw was his good friend in Eagle McMahon, who also didn't cash at the OTB Open. Eagle came charging back and then took down the silver event at the Beaver State Fling. Curious to know if that might propel Simon, if he has any of those same feelings. And it was interesting to hear what he said about that and how humbling that really was.
I think it's good for someone like him that's had so much pressure on him. Hopefully, maybe putting himself up against the wall might be exactly what he's looking for. Let's hear what he had to say. Always entertaining to have Simon at the presser. Let's hear.
What I just love about this property and this course is that the greens are so different. Some greens you have thick grass that doesn't skip, so shots come in and just stick. Some you have the fairway where you get bigger skips, and then when the baskets are between the trees and like the pine straws, you get the slip and slide, lip glossy putts off of those greens. So I think it really comes down to choosing right discs for those upshots and sticking those greens because they play so differently on each different hole.
Okay. I think Simon is right when he speaks about the injury potentially putting him into a better mindset to attack the course and not play the style that Paige was talking about, taking the shot that might be more technical. Do you think he has what it takes right now to win this tournament again and defend?
I certainly do, and there's no doubt about his distance. No one's questioning that. Even if he's throwing at 80 or 90%, he's going to have plenty of distance out here. And it sounds like he's taken into account all the greens and all the other things, and that he's got experience out here. So I think that's all going to play into it. I wouldn't be betting against Simon Lizotte. I think that's silly to do anytime, but certainly not this weekend.
Well, we're going to take one more commercial break. On the other side, we're going to take a look at some early scores in the FPO division, and we'll jump out there to the course. We'll see you then.
Flight's ready.
This
is
the new
up to ice orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
tingling.
Welcome back. Taking a look at some early scores. Holland Handley 2 under par. Quite a few players on her heels. Holland said this could be the one. She's been playing great all season. We'll take a look and see if she can hold it down throughout the rest of the weekend. Great start for Holland. With that said, for Tournament Central, we are wrapping up. I'm Brian Earhart. He's Terry Miller. We will see you out there in the course, folks.
Welcome back to the Portland Open. Let's make some noise!
Beautiful property, great shapes, the trees are amazing, you know, it's just an awesome facility. Something that's really accessible for the whole community, and so I love what they've done with the place as a disc golf course. Obviously the game's evolving and we need bigger pieces of land to work with to really showcase what these players can do, and this is a great place for that.
Portland, I love you!
Welcome into the City of Roses for the first round of the Portland Open presented by Latitude64. Portland is our first Elite Plus stop on tour. We'll be spending 4 days on 2 amazing courses at this Glendoveer facility. Who jumps out to the day 1 lead? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch some disc golf. And the 2 best players in the word in the house, Kristen Tatar warming up, Paige Pierce.
There's also the locker rooms.
And welcome into the booth at Glendoveer. I am Ian Anderson, Zoe Andyke, Elite Plus. We got Paige, we got Kristen. What do you make of this rivalry they've had so far this year?
Well, first of all, it's super exciting that we have everybody back for this Elite Plus. The best players in the world, everybody that's trying to become the best players in the world, and 2 huge courses that are really going to challenge the top skill level of each player. I think that this is exciting because we haven't seen Paige and Kristen both healthy at one event in, well, all year, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
And so this is going to be exciting.
Now let's check out some of the highlights from earlier in the year. They both had success. It's been kind of a roller coaster for Paige, where it's kind of steady for Tatar. But plenty of highlights between the both.
Yeah, if you compare these 2 women, really interesting stats. We've got a couple of wins on both sides here. A major, a lot of Elite Series, and a couple Silver Series here for Kristen Tatar. And like you mentioned, a little bit more consistency for Tatar, and then she actually had to fly home. She took the entire month of May away from the tour. Of course, we know she was practicing, but she was working on herself and her family life, becoming rejuvenated. She didn't want to feel that mid-season kind of burnout and wear down. She's back. She's feeling sharp. In her interview yesterday, we heard that she's spending all of her time to study these courses. Paige Pierce winning Austin Open in fashion. And here she is at the OTB Open. We know that she took both of those Elite Series down, and she was very motivated. Pierce coming off of a bit of a shoulder or tendonitis type of injury, keeping really good care of herself and keeping focused for this Elite Series Plus.
And there are your kind of breakdown through the first part of the year. As you can see, the roller coaster for Paige, steady state for Tatar.
Interestingly enough, though, Paige, showing up when the cash is higher and when the Elite Series really makes it count for the player. So really interesting stats here.
And there they are, warming up. They're healthy. We've got 4 days on 2 amazing courses. Fantastic test of their skills.
I think it's really an awesome, basically, contest that we have brought back the West course, and it's redesigned. We have the East course that we know Paige actually had the opportunity to see and play and experience last year. And it's going to just be so interesting to see who got the reps and who got their homework in.
We're going to jump ahead on the course. We got Holly Hanley putting for birdie on hole 4. For the solo lead, even.
Ooh, in the heart. Ian, that was a very crisp putt. Didn't look at all shaken and very dialed.
And let's check out Arcana current conditions in Portland. It's a little overcast, a little cool. It's supposed to heat up probably around 70 today, Zoe.
Yeah, I think that'll be pushing it. So definitely going to see some long sleeves, maybe even some jackets for the women's round. But we're hoping for a little warmer weather later in the week.
Yeah, it's definitely supposed to heat up. I think it's 90s coming this weekend.
Ooh,
yeah.
Oregon really holding off that
Welcome
rain
to the
and giving the players the
Portland
experience they
Open,
desire.
presented by Latitude64. We are here for the first round of the FPO division at lovely Glendoveer Golf Course. Up first on this 9:35 tee time, out of Gilbert, Arizona. Put your hands together for Jennifer Allen.
There's OB left as well as the OB right. And that one finds safe ground.
Never a doubt.
Out of Cincinnati, Ohio, Rebecca Cox.
And I like the angle Rebecca released it on a bit of Anheuser. She's on the right-hand side of the fairway and just
Up
needs to
next
make a
tee,
nice long-distance
representing
upshot.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Katrina Allen.
And right out the gates, Katrina Allen with one of her best tools in the bag, the powerful backhand roller. Wow. Ian, that is an incredible distance up the fairway. Set her up for a great second shot.
Sai Ananda.
And this needs to hold its angle for Sai. And it does it beautifully. She's center cut well up the fairway as well.
Sai was in contention last week at the Cascade Challenge. The putter did fail her coming down that stretch in the final round, but was throwing really well. This woman throws rollers really well all the time. Katrina Allen with a patented roller. And just a huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein sponsoring the patented moment of the day. Copyright, trademark, NFT. They've got you. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. Huge supporters of disc golf. Love to support them.
And you know it's a good start if Katrina Allen is getting the patented shot on hole 1.
You love to see it.
Man, it just gets me excited, Ian, thinking about all these exciting memories for some of the experienced players. They're all excited to be back in the Pacific Northwest. Katrina gets her roller game out and rolling early.
Seen one of Katrina's Worlds.
That's right. Such fantastic memories here.
Did that one go to playoff?
It did.
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah, and it was on the second playoff hole on the, what is Blue Lake hole 7 now, mound.
Holland Hanley on tee of 6.
Huge drive.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of elevation loss, but Holland has the downhill throwing dialed in, and she's way up the fairway.
I got a chance to meet Holland at the Cascade Challenge last week. She was doing commentary for Central Coast. Came over, had some oysters, did some commentary, hung out. I found out she's another fellow engineer.
That is so incredible. Talented players out on the FPO field.
Cox throwing 2-on-1.
Couple of last-minute adjustments before this upshot, and she wants nothing to do with those bunkers, but Keeps it clear of OB left. Now she has a completely open, a longer view, but an open view to the basket.
Yeah, the pin here is completely, well, nearly completely encircled in hazards, and as well as some OB a little farther away. But there's hazard and OB in circle 1. Really a decision to make early if you attack this green, Zoe. Let's see what Jennifer Allen does with her second. She's looking at the pin. Looks like an attacking shot.
There's so much danger surrounding this basket, Ian.
And
I was a little afraid of that.
Yeah. See if it can roll. No, it can't. She will have a putt for par, though.
So
that's in circle 1.
And yeah, where she gets to take it is circle 1.
Yeah.
Good point. This is such a dangerous green. We've got hazards, OB right, left, deep, inside of the circle. When I was checking this hole out during my walkthrough, I thought, man, for the first hole, this is really getting the ladies started thinking.
Yeah, agreed. Let's see what Allen does after her fantastic roller.
This needs to finish. There is OB over there, but she gets the green flag.
Ooh. It's kind of just rolling the dice on this approach shot here. Hit a win off to a solid start is the word. 2 for 2. Hit a 60-footer on hole 2, as you can see there with the... Wow.
Yeah, we haven't seen the birdie on 1 yet. We've seen a few birdies throughout the field on hole 2, so great start for Hannah.
The only birdie of the day on hole 1 so far. Wow, hole 1 playing nearly a stroke over par at 4.85 on the day. The second toughest hole on the track. Looking down at Ananda, this booming drive was past the Allen roller.
You know, I could see a pink disc in the background when hers landed, and I knew Kat threw pink, but I thought, boy, there's no way somebody's getting farther than that roller. Sai Ananda does it in the air.
She throws sneaky far. It makes it look really effortless. That short run up.
I like the angle and the upshot approach. Looking good.
Ooh, oh, it's green. All right. Eyes where it dropped into a bunker there. Live with Hanley. You saw the drive. Here's her second. Looking at hole 6. It is a very long par 5. A little too much on that for Hanley.
And when you have to go up such a big hill like that, you can see the players just trying to force it over, and sometimes getting too aggressive will actually take some distance away, turning and burning into the ground.
Down there is your second feature card, walking up 1's fairway. I saw Jennifer Allen had her Beaver State Fling Caddy that she won with a couple weekends ago. That's Jeff Rockwell, the De La Vega Disc Golf Club charter member.
Hoping for that 2-time in Portland luck.
Cox throwing 3.
And she lands it inbounds.
Nicely done. That's smart golf early.
Yeah, big breath of relief, a sigh of relief there for Rebecca Cox.
Yep. There's a lot to worry about on this upshot, Jennifer.
Yeah, hear her talking about it. And to think, these are some of the longest holes, and to get so much brain, like thinking about the holes on hole 1, this is going to be a big day.
It is. There are your scores. A quick break on the network. Back to the action in just a few.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim. You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw. There you go. So we're going to throw some forehands. Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
An important part of getting a PDJ membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDJ membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdja.com/join.
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Hey, can I get a flight tray?
Sure.
Flight's ready.
This is Latitude64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Welcome back, and here is your U-Disc powered course close-up on Glendoveer West. Brand new, designed by our man, Jeff Spring.
Yeah, and even though we see the distance comparatively to the East Course actually showing that it's shorter, we have to point out that the East Course has way more drastic elevation throws down hills. So this one over here on the West is 9,900, but we're going to have way more distance to throw over flat ground on the back nine. So kind of checking out the screen on the left side here, TD's hole notes. You've really got to study and you've got to understand the landing zones and know these greens. Every green is different. We've got to know where it's skippy and grabby.
Let's check out our point breakdown for this is an Elite Plus event, tied with the playoffs and the majors, Zoe.
Yeah, I think that this is a really cool concept that the Elite Plus events are now 150% or 150 points. If you win this, it's really going to make a boost and a difference in your Pro Tour seasonal standings. Having an Elite Plus be worth the same as a major, to me, brings a little more prestigious value to the Portland Open, Ledgestone Insurance Open, and then, of course, our playoff events. It's really exciting, just adding value to such an awesome property and competition.
Jennifer Allen now on the tee of 2. OB left and right on this one. Basket tucked just past those trees. Let's see if we get an update. That looked in though, right, Zoe?
That was in bounds,
Okay.
yeah. And that's the only trouble you can actually have on this. You've got to make the Mando on the right there, of course, but OB left and OB right.
Cox going up the gap beautifully. Just circles edge long.
And 327 feet, but with such an elevation loss, it's easy to go way past this hole. So I think we're going to see some fairway drives, some mid-range drives, and potentially some distance drivers by our entire field today.
Allen looking out left.
And this disc is starting to leak to the right. Peeling out just outside of the circle. So everybody's got a little bit of a putt to make so far.
Ananda next.
Inside, choosing for that skinnier inside route. And we'll be very close to Rebecca Cox in position.
We're going to swing ahead to Holland Hanley, putting for birdie. This is on hole 6. And Holland would go on to turn that into a par. Still your leader. As we head into the break on the network, your featured card on the other side. Get you there.
Yes, it's an escape. And yes, it is lucid plastic. It is ice lucid plastic. And it's orbit all at the same time. Just look at this shot from a cave. Get yours pretty soon. June the 15th. Or at Emporia during the Dynamic Disc Open.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our instructional disc golf series. Maybe even bank over to the right, and that's going to give the putt loft. Slight flex line, so you'll see this come out a little bit higher to give you a variety of different shot shapes. The farthest away player should go first towards the basket.
The Portland Open is brought to you by Latitude64, when quality matters. And let's jump to the tee of 1 to Tatar and Pierce. This is going to be a good watch.
This
Welcome
is so
to the
exciting.
2023 Portland Open presented by Latitude64. We are here for the feature card of the FPO division at lovely Glendoveer Golf Course. Up first to tee, out of Pensacola, Florida. Put your hands together for Paige Pierce.
Wasting no time, Paige is putting it way out wide and watching it leak to the right. Looks like she's nailed her game
Up
plan.
next on the tee, representing Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
And this is very low out of her hands, but a lot of ground action. Owen's in the middle of the fairway.
And next on the box, out of Pärnu, Estonia, put your hands together for Kristen Tatar.
This looks great, Zoe.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, this is a smash, Ian.
And
next
rounding
to
out your
Pierce.
feature card, out of Seattle, Washington, make some noise for Ella Hansen.
What a feature card, Zoe.
I know, this is an exciting card to watch. And a very smooth, but a huge, big air turnover here for Ella, and she's with our leader, or with our featured Paige Pierce and Kristen Tatar.
So we're going to head to Rebecca Cox, putting for birdie. Hole 2.
And
That was big.
Very comfortable stroke there,
That was
joining
from-
her fellow competitors and getting that.
And swinging ahead to Holland on the tee of 7. And we are going to head back to our featured card where our very own Terry Miller is on the ground with Owen Scoggins. Take it away, Terry.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. I'm with Owen Scoggins. Owen, saw a nice drive here on the opening hole. What were you thinking about in terms of the grass and how wet it is out here? You taking that into play today?
Yeah, you know, I think like the grass is quite thin enough because if you know, I think we're gonna see some skip here and there, but overall, you know, probably not gonna be skip too much here today.
All right, you like your position?
I like it, you know, just gonna lay up, so stick in my game.
All right, best of luck to you, Owen.
Thank you
Have
very
fun.
Thank you, Terry and Owen. And, you know, Owen, she knows her game. She knows when to attack and when to not. She's an incredibly smart disc golfer. And coming off a big win last weekend as well.
Huge win. She's got major titles stacking up, and she's just wanting to live out these glory days and keep stacking them up as long as she can make the disc fly and land where she wants. Owen is a smart player. I really enjoyed her press conference interview yesterday. She really got kind of deep inside of positive mental attitude, only thinking about what's next, and plan ahead. The practice makes perfect. It was just an awesome interview. If you didn't get a chance, I'd go back and watch it. A lot to be kind of soaked in and picked up from
That's
Owen
cool.
Scoggins.
She's like a nice red. You know, she's getting better with age.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice red.
Speaking of throwing 2, should be laying up left of all the danger.
Ooh, a lot of ground action, but Owen is very safe, following the plan.
That's not Justin Scoggins though on the back, is it?
Not today, but we will see Justin later in the week.
Okay, cool. I believe I saw Nate Perkins on the bag for Paige Pierce.
Yeah, and actually Nate is playing today,
Oh.
much later, but he wanted to be there to support her, give her that caddy boost.
Hansen looks like an attacking forehand shot for her second.
Oh, this was a little bit early out of the hands.
Does it find safe ground? It does not.
Oh, unfortunately, the red flag on the second shot there for Ella. She'll have to take a penalty stroke, and her next will be for her fourth.
Tatar grabbing range for this approach.
And this was an aggressive attack that worked out beautifully for Tatar. She's well inside the circle.
Pierce. Tugged on that.
Was well turned over, but she gets the green flag.
Ooh.
A little bit of tree luck there.
It's like cat that ate the canary smile right there from Pierce as she walks back to the bag. Allen, hole 3. And now Stacy Ronsley on 7. And you're not going to see where that is exactly, but I'll tell you it is 5 feet from the basket, if that is the word.
Absolutely
Ananda.
parked.
A birdie putt.
Oh, yeah. She puts it up in the air, gives it some hope, and we got the fist pump.
Man. On the elevated pin. What a bid from distance. That was a 50-footer for Ananda on 3. You can really see how ridiculous this green is, Zoe. Like, where are you putting your disc?
There is danger. North, east, south, west.
Scoggins third. And that's beautifully done for par. No stress there for Scoggins. Pierce also throwing 3.
She's got a little bit of a low ceiling here for the approach.
Oh.
And it comes out early. Now that tree is, depending on where her disc landed, I think she's going to be just outside of the circle having to straddle out.
I think you're right, Zoe. This is Hanley putting for birdie on 7. You can see the Ronsley drive up there. Honest effort pushes it just wide. That will clean up par for Hanley. Still 2 down. 1 back of your leader, Hannah Wynn. Hansen for par after the OB second. Not interested in that.
And that to me, I was really hoping that was going to be the case, because that would have been a very insane type of a bid.
Yes, it would have. That OB green, as you can see, lurking just behind the angle there for Hansen. Pierce, you can see that the hazard behind Pierce's basket run for par. One of the most aggressive putters on tour, Zoe.
That's right, and you know she's running this. Very close to capitalizing.
At least finding metal. Should be able to drop in bogey. Ronsley, you saw the drive. That's how close it ended up as he drops in birdie. Stacy tied with Hanley.
It's going to be hard to beat that position that Stacy Ronsley just drove it all the way to the basket.
Yeah, with this approach for Tatar to grab 2 strokes on Pierce and Hansen. Yes.
On the first hole, Kristen Tatar.
Only the second birdie of the day on hole 1. The other by your leader, Hannah Wynn. There's a bogey drop in for Hansen. A bogey drop in for Pierce. Will come after the par drop in for Scoggins. An eventful hole 1. Allen for birdie on hole 3.
And she does it. The birdie on 3 for Katrina Allen.
Swing ahead to 4, and your leader, Hannah Wynn. That's not her. Sorry, apologies there. We'll get the right shot for you here in just a second.
My mistake.
In the meantime, Jessica, or,
That's
oh,
Kona.
excuse me, Kona
Yeah.
Panis.
Montgomery now even. She got you.
Looking for too many players. But that looked like a good drive.
It did. Nicely shaped up there. What a beautiful piece of property, Zoe.
Well, I was going to mention we're going to see a lot of Skycam views this weekend, and it's going to give you all a really good perception of what this property and just how massive this course is, what type of a difficult feat this is for the players. You know, 500, 600, 700, 1,000-foot holes. It's just awesome that we can have all the views.
And huge thanks to Flight Factory for providing those views. Head over to the website, grab your Calvin Heimberg gears over there, I want to say. A bunch of other good stuff. Heimberg having a year. Tee of 2, Tatar.
And kind of a low release, but she still gets it all the way to just outside of the circle.
Owen steps up next. You like her chances on this forehand hole. And Owen not finding the edge for the skip, but still, she's got a chance.
She's
Zoe.
got a putt.
That's all Owen needs most of the time. Pierce.
Opting for the sidearm. And that looked smooth.
It looked like the best one yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
Inside of the circle for Paige.
Really nicely done. You know, Hansen's got a fantastic forehand. She should show us that here.
And it comes out a little bit high. So it took a lot of the power off there. She's outside of circle 2, but not a lot of danger in the way. She should be able to get up and down for par.
Slower start than Hansen was hoping for with her skills. It's got to be frustrating, you know. There's not a hole that Ella can't birdie if she plays it well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same could be said for this woman, Holland Hanley on the tee of 8.
Some big air that disc is traveling. It's way out there on the fairway.
Allen on 4. A lot of danger here on 4. On the second shot is where the danger comes, though, as Allen lays up short of the OB pond. Back to 2 for Hansen, throwing 2. You'd like better, Zoe.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just a little bit timid there on the approach, and she's going to have to make a putt.
Yep. Tatar checking out her birdie look. Tatar in circle 2. Pierce they have in circle 1. Scoggins also in circle 2. Looks like she'll be next to act. As our man Brian Earhart slides behind. Next to putt, Tatar.
And so smooth, the left side chains. She catches all of them and cards her second birdie. Kristen Tatar, after 2 holes, coming out with some commanding fashion. Check this out again.
It's pretty incredible, Zoe. Thanks, Azuka, for rolling that back. Now Paige Pierce to match. Stay 2 off Tatar pace.
No problem. On the board for Paige Pierce and getting herself back to even.
Hansen lines up a par putt next. And Ella sneaks that one over the rim and in.
An important putt early in the round. Yeah, that's going to be the difference in confidence continuing to be added or shaken.
Scoggins coming back for par.
Never a doubt.
Cox throwing 2 on 4. This is the meat of the hole on 4. Got the OB just short and left of the pin. And there is water just about pin high on the right.
To me, this is the first biggest homework hole, if you will. Players really have to know the landing zones and the distance that their disc is flying. This is a tricky one, and you have to have your attack plan.
You also kind of manage the angles here on that finish if you land on the slope.
That's right.
The miss here is long and left.
This was a fantastic upshot for Rebecca Cox. That OB is very much in the circle there.
Holly Finley throwing 2 on 8.
Fantastic shot. She's inside of the circle.
And back to 4 for Allen throwing 2. Ooh.
Another great approach there. Katrina Allen also putting for the birdie.
Hanley second on 8. We just saw Finley approach here. That's wide and long, but a clean look on the comeback. Tatar 2-4-2, looking to start with a turkey as she takes the tee of 3.
And she catches a tree early, and it just drops her straight down, but she's in the fairway.
Pierce next. Coming off the birdie on 2.
And Pierce beats the trees but gets crazy ground action, and she's just outside of the circle. I think she's got an open look.
I think so. Scoggins. This hole's tough to find that perfect gap lay, Zoe.
And I like Owen's choice to take the inside route. She does get clipped down a little early. It was low out of her hands.
Yeah, a little higher. I think that's the line, huh?
She may have a putt there, though. Yep, I agree with that.
Hansen.
Also, the low line drive, inside line.
That's a popular result from Circle 2.
And it was nose down out of her hand, but will be no problem to clean that up.
You saw the approach from Cox. There's another approach for par. Back on hole 4. Finley on 8 for birdie. It's a nice putt from Holly.
And 2 birdies for Finley back to back on 7 and 8.
Back to 3 for Tatar approaching.
And that'll be no work left to do for Kristen to card the par.
A nice 2 for 3 start for the Estonian as Pierce walks up. Somebody's making minis over there.
Yeah, a couple of players will have an opportunity before Paige. I believe it's going to be Ella and then Owen.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, it's going to be Owen first.
Oh. Circle 2 look for Scoggins.
Man, that was about 1 inch away. Very
Great
good bid.
Hansen from the same spot, also for birdie.
And she pulled it just wide. Ella will not have a lot of work to clean up her par.
And Pierce walks to a putt for a stroke on the card. Shallow circle 2. Not to be there for Pierce. I think she might still be out. It looks like Ella will step up instead for par.
And again, another important par putt for Ella there, so she's keeping that steady, even pace.
Pierce cleaning up par as well. Some chain tenants. Perfect putt from Pierce, producing par. Tatar for the same. And Scoggins will come along and drop in her par. So while they walk to the next hole 5 with Allen. No real OB on this one, just that one Mando to deal with, which Allen has done nicely. That's fading quite a bit early, though. She's going to be probably edge of circle 2. So we're going to head to 9 for Hanley. Double Mando here. We've got OB right-hand side of the fairway with the white stakes. No OB left.
And she hits the right side trees, but she's still in the middle of the Mandos, so nothing missed.
And back to Cox. Should be on hole 5. And that was Rebecca's approach, and that's done perfectly. That she'll have that left for par.
Twice in a row, Rebecca just hitting the bottom of the basket for no work to do on the putting green.
Nice to keep that stress low early. Your scores early. Hannah Wynn jumped out to the lead. Tatar's already just one back. Finley, Ronsley, Hanley, and Missy Gannon all playing well as well.
This is such a good Skycam view of the difficulty of this hole. Again, the first major homework hole for these ladies.
Tee shot here, just to lay up as close to the water as you dare.
And that was by Kristen.
Pierce next to tee on 4. Paige going putter or that mid?
I believe that's a mid. And it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Either way, slower speed is the ticket. All of these women can drive it to the pond.
Scoggins flexes out the backhand.
A perfect play for Own. Gets the right ground action, and she is right up with her competitors.
Hansen also disking down.
Yeah, that looks a little more like a putter speed for Ella. And a great idea. Again, all 4 of these players absolutely have shown that they've checked this hole out and they have executed the first major job.
Allen, you saw the drive. There's the approach on 5, and that's a drop-in par for her and Cox. Hanley, you saw her hit the Mando tree on 9, now her second. Trying to get up and down for par. It's a little sod. It should putt, though.
Yeah, I'm hoping she's not behind that left side tree, but she's well inside the circle.
Looking back at your players and gallery from the circle on hole 4. Solid gallery for a Thursday.
You know, I was just going to bring that up, Ian. It's only hole 4 on the first round on a Thursday afternoon.
Morning even.
Yeah, or morning, excuse me. And Portland has always had a huge disc golf scene and following. I'm pretty sure it's been one of the most spectated events throughout time, whether it was 2014 Worlds or a Pro Tour. Portland shows up. The Pacific Northwest shows up for disc golf.
Hansen, an important second shot on hole 4. The miss here is long.
She's in the same disc she threw off the tee, and she sticks it.
Yeah, really nice. Circle's edge for Hansen.
Giving her a little power and a big smile.
Yeah. Tatar next to act on 4. That is wet, Zoe.
I was afraid that that was pulled a little wide, and Ian, that was over the OB the whole way.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see not very far further up the fairway advancement for Kristen.
Pierce.
Needs it to hyzer.
Ooh.
And playing a little bit with danger, but landing safely. And she's pretty close to the basket.
Yeah.
With the uphill putt.
Mm-hmm. Scoggins. Little mid-range action for Own. And
oh, that was, yeah, low and wide. It's pretty long to get over the pond with a slow speed disc. Got to get the height in the air and make sure it's going to turn left.
So both Scoggins and Tatar will now throw 4 from the wrong side of the water, hoping for an up and down 5.
This looks a lot better. And remains safe for Own.
Tatar also throwing a 4. Tatar with the overstable approach disc, and that's done nicely. Hanley putting for par on hole 9. You saw the first 2 shots. And that's a nice putt from Holland Hanley.
Jams it in there.
On hole 8, Kat Mertsch putting for birdie. Your Cascade Challenge champion. 2 down goes Mertsch and Allen. Now on the tee of 6, the big par 5. Allen wanted more flip on that, didn't she, Zoe?
I definitely think she was playing that with hoping for more flip and a lot more distance.
Holly Finley for par on hole 9. 1 off the lead. And that's where she will stay thanks to that putt. Keeping it clean is Finley. Back to 4, Hansen. A birdie look inside the circle. This would be big, Zoe. Good momentum putt. And not on target is Hansen.
And I couldn't agree more with you, Ian. Ella's had a lot of those putts just to stay alive in the par, and she could have used some of those confidence nuggets.
Pierce also looking at birdie in circle 1. It's for at least a stroke on the card.
Ah, just chaining out left side. Still no damage to the scorecard for Pierce, just not the opportunity capitalized on.
Yeah, accurate. Scoggins looking at bogey with this comebacker.
And even with death in the background, Owen sees nothing but the basket.
Tatar also putting for bogey.
Job well done.
It's going to slide Tatar 2 back off the lead. Hansen in for par, as is Pierce. They are on their way to hole 5. On hole 10, Hanley throwing 2. Holland testing that ceiling really nicely. Allen back on 6, throwing 2. Roller with the second up the hill, Zoe.
I love this play. She's gaining speed. Oh no, she just needed a click more angle upright.
It landed in the rough. I think she landed like 2 feet to the right in the fairway, and that thing stands over for her. Finley also on hole 10, along with Hanley.
That was a fantastic upshot. She really kept a hold of the height being proper and her body following through.
Here are your scores. As I said early, Hannah wins still 3 down through 6. It's a clean 3.
And you know, Holly Finley had a really good showing last weekend at the Tim Selinsky Masters. I think it's the confidence boost she needed to come into this Elite Series Plus, being a Masters and an FPO Open player. You know, it's nice to see Holly tied for second so early. Seen a couple of Katrina Allen rollers out there already.
Somebody's getting a Scoggins and a Tatar disc down there. What a guy.
Well, I was going to bring it up earlier, but, you know, to lose a disc so early in the tournament.
Yeah, right.
It's just not a good thing for such a long gauntlet weekend.
Terry, how's the search going down there on the ground?
Well, I am unfortunately I moved on to the next pin, but I was thinking when they threw in there that is the middle of the pond. So I can't imagine that it's going to be too easy to retrieve those, and I'll echo your thoughts, Zoe. Losing some of your favorite discs on the first couple of holes could be quite stressful, so let's hope they get them back.
Yeah, I agree. We see Owen throwing that red mid-range all the time. Holly Finley with her long look at birdie on hole 10. This is from the fairway. Holly does have that really nice spin putt. She'll cash these on occasion.
Great effort, and she's next to the pin.
Allen throwing 3 on 6 after the cut roller second. Goes back to the air. And you can see a circle 2 flag right there. Likely par coming up for Allen on hole 6. Jumping back to Paige Pierce. We're on the tee of 5.
Oh, extremely low out of the hands. I saw a pretty big skip, but that's going to be interesting position.
Yeah. Hansen. Looked like she was about to square up one of the really late trees, at least. Tatar on the box.
Plenty of power on that disc, and the best of the bunch.
And now Scoggins. Owen finding ground about the same spot as Pierce. Those two likely playing for par. We're going to jump ahead. Holland Hanley with that birdie putt on hole 10.
And just a little bit short for Holland. She'll be tapping that one in.
She'll stick at 2 down on the day. A clean 2 down. And Terry Miller, he is on the ground. We saw it with the current conditions earlier. How does it feel right now, my man?
Well, as a bigger boy from the Midwest, I am loving this. It's about 60 degrees out here. There's no wind to speak of. The cloud cover is definitely here, and I'm thinking we're going to love this weather. I don't think we're going to even see 70 degrees out here today, so great scoring conditions.
Accurate, Terry. You love that mid-60s for the disc golf, you know. Scoggins throwing 2 for the up and down par. That's going to curl away, unfortunately. Ooh.
The landing was fantastic, but the basket is surrounded by 4 trees on each side, and they're all back out at circle's edge. So they're all a big putt, knowing that you're behind the trees. You're outside of the circle.
Sayananda throwing 3 on 6. Ooh, she has sneaky distance. I'm continually impressed by her throws.
And to throw a distance shot up that hill is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah. This is where the Pierce drive ended up, throwing 2. I found ground way early.
That'll be a circle 2 putt for Paige downhill at the basket.
You can see what she was going for there with the kind of matching the slope of the green so it doesn't roll. But unfortunately just a little low. Allen on 6, long look at birdie. That was pretty.
That was perfectly done for the tap-in par.
Tatar back on hole 5. Also playing for par. And that will be an easy par there for Tatar, which you can't say about Pierce and Scoggins. Ananda for birdie on hole 6. First birdie of the day is the word not to be for Ananda. You just saw Jennifer Allen give her some love. She's also playing for par there on hole 6. Back to 5 for Pierce in circle 2 to save par.
From a knee, try to get on a better level with the basket, but just low. She's going to have a little bit of a putt to clean up.
Yep, and Hansen did lay up for par. In the meantime, it was pretty casual. Scoggins looks like she's just centered up this big Doug fir.
And folks, those trees are so much bigger than what they even look like on camera. It's going to take 4 or 5 people just to hug that tree. What an effort.
Thankfully, that will fall over for a drop-in bogey. That was a great effort finding band.
You don't see on straddle out putt very often, but she produced all the power she needed and then some.
Pierce walking to the bogey look. And we will take a quick break on the network. You'll see the putts in the picture-in-picture. Back to the action in just a few.
Whale sacks are a unique grip accessory, handmade in the USA by fellow disc golfers like you. If you own a disc golf store, run a league, club, or tournament, whale sacks are the perfect addition to your players' packs, CTP prizes, or product to offer your customers. A portion of every sale is donated to Save the Whales. For wholesale pricing, visit whalesacks.com/bulk to get yours. It's time to join the Whale Club.
Hallo, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Ella Hansen trying to drive for dough on the tee of 6. Nothing wrong with that tee shot from Hansen in business. Tatar. Kristen might have liked a little more turn on that, but still in business. So we're going to head to Finley. We should be on hole 11.
Yeah, this is the first of 2 beautiful and picturesque hallway wooded holes. A place where Holly plays very comfortably in the woods.
Back on 6, Pierce.
I love this tee shot. And that's going to do for Paige. I think she wanted a little bit more out of that, but she's center cut. She's set up nicely.
Scoggins.
Oh, yes, just beating that early tree.
We're going to jump back to 11 for Hanley.
We've heard a lot of disc golfers, MPO and FPO, talking about hole 11 and hole 12 this weekend, and just how awesome it is to be able to use these tight wooded lines on a golf course.
Holland trying to bend that one a little more than it did.
It's also a little bit high out of the hand with the low-hanging canopy.
Yeah. Hole 7, Katrina. Great shot from Allen. And we're looking down at hole 6. Terry, this is a big par 5. We've yet to see a birdie. I'd love to get your thoughts on the hole.
Yeah, guys, I was just walking back up the hill. My quads were feeling it. This is a significant incline. I'm not sure that probably even the vantage points or any of the camera angles do it justice.
Yeah, that's one thing that kind of always gets lost in video as the elevation changes.
It's a huge hill, big incline. And then at the top of the hill on the right-hand side, there is an OB boundary that will come into play. We haven't seen it yet in the early cards, but if somebody pulls it too wide, kind of like this drive right here, might be something to challenge.
Yeah, that really late Mando.
And it's all open on the flat ground and up the hill, but you can see right there on the left-hand side, the OB is starting to creep up to that tree. Now on the right-hand side, top of the hill where you see the sign, and that's where the OB takes a direct right to infinity and beyond.
Thanks, Buzz. Pierce throwing 2.
And out of her hands, you can hear Pierce doesn't like it. It was way high in the air. Of course, you're going to want it up in the air throwing uphill, but you don't want it too high or you're just going to lose distance. She's only about halfway up that hill.
Hansen.
And still has a little ways to go to be at the top of the hill, but Hansen's up there, and she's happy about that shot.
Yeah, that was a big one. Ananda. Hole 7. That looks wide.
But a lot of ground action can come with these downhill roll and bounces, and she's in the circle there.
She is. Hanley, you saw the drive. Here's the putt on hole 11. Looks like Hanley finished long and left. In the fairway for this bid. Allen with a birdie look. Back on hole 7. Dodging the basket. Unfortunately, it does dry up, though, eventually.
Curls safe.
And back to 6 for Scoggins.
Huge flex, sidearm up the hill. She's almost there at the top.
And over to Tatar on the same.
So you can see from this camera angle where that Mando tree is and where the OB connects. She's got to go around it left. And that's a good play.
Let's see what she has left for birdie. Somewhere around the circle.
Remember, this is a par 5, 960 feet. And just a few minutes ago, we saw Cy in there for the birdie.
Did. Allen coming back for par.
She got it.
Fantastic save after running that birdie.
Ian, the OB on that basket is only 10 feet to the left of that angle we just saw, too. It's very dangerous.
Back to 6 for Pierce, throwing 3.
Oh, I like the turn this disc has.
Let's see if we got a circle update for Pierce. Not quite yet. We'll let you know when we do. Terry, how close is that Pierce shot? Is she gonna have a birdie look?
Guys, she actually hit up against the Mando tree, and then I had to go double check it. She's within a few inches of missing the Mando or going out of bounds. Fortunately for her, she's safe on both accounts, but she'll have a circle 2 putt. That's going to be very difficult.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, Terry.
And I
Terry
just
on the
can't.
ground there.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the on-ground reporting because I thought she might have been close and in the circle there.
Hansen to set up a birdie look. How about that from Hansen?
I think she landed that way on purpose so we could see which disc she threw, actually.
And that's going to be the first birdie of the day on hole 6 coming up from Ella Hansen. Although Tatar and Pierce will both have a chance, Terry letting us know they're right around circle 2's edge, about a 66-foot look. While they hike up the hill, Rebecca Cox putting for birdie, hole 7. And Rebecca back to even on the day.
Solid putting uphill.
I've got a Nanda putt coming for you as well. This one's for birdie. There she is, back to under on the day. And back to 6 for Scoggins.
Her third shot.
I bet you this is her 4th.
Or excuse me, yeah, you're right. And that makes sense. She said she was playing it for the par.
There we go.
That looks like a job well done.
Yeah, that's a drop in. 5 coming for her own. It'll keep her at 2 over on the day. And Terry was not kidding about this OB. You see the OB just to the right of her foot and just behind that Mando tree.
And she's taking special care to make sure she can have the appropriate and proper distance. That was a huge stretch, too.
Mm-hmm. Pierce for birdie. I thought that was in out of her hand, Zoe.
It was great shape, and I thought she was walking it in at first. What an incredible thing to get the birdie at this position for Kristen or Paige.
Yeah. Tatar also deep in circle 2.
Also a proper bid.
Yeah, flashing chains. Looking like Hansen will grab a stroke on the card as she walks to a drop-in birdie. Really well done. Taking advantage of her huge disadvantage over the field. Finley, a birdie putt. Oh. Heavy chains, but drops out. Here is the Hansen drop-in bird. This will get Ella back to even on the day after that bogey start on 1.
Incredible. And if that's what the elite distance can do for you out here at Glendoveer, Ella is set up for success if she can hit her lines.
Yeah. Pierce for par. Casual. We'll have 2 more par drop-ins. Tatar, then Scoggins. And it is a long walk to 7. We'll take a break while they make it back in just a few.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim. You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
Here you go.
So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah.
Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
You are looking at Hannah win for par. Clean 3 down so far. Edge of circle look here. Hole 8.
Throwing on hole 1, probably from like almost 20.
She's a nice putting stroke.
Yeah, keeping it solid. And we've seen Hannah really break out this year. She hasn't had a top podium finish, but she's really, her game's coming together and she's making a charge.
Hansen on 7 goes to the forehand play. The danger here is left of target. And she has found it.
Almost making it to safety.
Should make par though.
I would think so. It's a good spot to be in the OB.
Tatar. That might be trouble too.
Ian, you called it. It's a really tough basket to stick the drive. The OB's only 10 feet away.
Pierce.
This is much wider.
And that flipped up nicely for her. This is the miss right here.
Absolutely
You know?
right, Ian.
Oh, you love that shot from Paige.
And we know that tree that she's closer to is about 48 feet away, so she's inside. She's not too far out of circle 1.
Scoggins. Also flipping up the flat nicely. I think this is going to be good. Oh, Scoggins, the best of the bunch with the bullseye. She's walking to a drop-in birdie as we check out Andyke's analysis. Brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
These courses are huge, both sides. Physical stamina is definitely the #1 first key. Course knowledge. Did you play your practice round? Do you have your homework? Do you know where you want to land? And then capitalize on scoring opportunities. If you've got yourself in there, you've got to make it happen, or else the podium is going to fade away from your grasp.
Rebecca Cox. Second on hole 8. Did she split
I
those?
just was going to say, I think she split the birdhouse stump tree.
She did. Amazing. Second for Finley on 12.
Well, and that tapped her closer to the basket, I think.
And Holly will have that left for par after an early tree hit off the tee. Back to sevens green. See that hazard. Look how close that is to the pin, Zoe.
Yeah, it's a cool view of comparison where the hazard is, but it really gives you no idea about the elevation loss.
Yeah.
However, as we zoom in, I mean, we're a couple 100 feet up in the air. You can just see that basket sitting right next to treble.
There's Paige Pierce lining up a birdie look. Circle 2. Tough to give that uphill bid enough.
Yeah, I forgot about the height there. Good line.
Letting Paige do the commentary for us there.
To tar to save par.
And, you know, it was just over the center of the top of the basket. It was a great bid. She's not very far away.
Hansen.
When a player lands in the hazard, yes, there is an OB penalty stroke assessed, but no, they have to take it from where it lands inside of the hazard.
Hansen to keep it even on the day.
And that was a great putt and important timing to keep it clean.
Scoggins will grab a stroke on the card with this birdie putt. Still not her turn. That looks like it might be.
She was pretty excited to get to it.
Yeah, rightfully so. As Paige drops in par, they will head to the next. Tatar a bogey. Tatar back to even on the day after the 2-for-2 start. Hanley with a long look on hole 12. She's had a lot of circle 2 looks today. They're exciting to watch her throw, though.
Yeah, getting in there for an opportunity.
And Allen on hole 8. In the circle for a birdie drop in.
Incredible shot by Katrina Allen.
Par putt for Holly Finley. The Duchess puts that one home.
Squeaks it in left side.
Clean 2 down. Just 1 off the lead of Hannah Wynn. There she is at the top of your board, tied with Missy Gannon.
Missy climbing up there. She's through 16 holes. Got Cat Merch, Holly, and Holland all piled up tied for third. And you can see scores are just changing in front of our eyes. But just a couple of down is hot on the day.
Yeah, interesting. Rebecca Cox, after that fantastic shot, has this left. It's a birdie putt on hole 8.
Done with authority. Back to 1 down.
Yeah. And jumping back to the tee of 8 for Scoggins. This is nice.
Ian, this is massive distance.
Yeah.
And I'm saying massive distance not just for Own. This compares to our top elite throwers. Own is gaining distance every weekend.
That's wild. Hansen. Tugged it a little, and it continued to flip that way.
That disc actually could not handle how much power Ella just threw it with.
Yeah, true. No real OB to worry about here on hole 8 as Pierce steps up. Ooh.
She's going to need this one to stable out. Huge distance.
Yep. That kind of angle kind of almost opens up the approach as well.
Yeah, it takes those trees out of play.
Yeah, I wonder if that wasn't purposeful as Tatar.
I think all three of those throwers wanted to get farther right to open the angle.
Yeah.
I need to correct you, lady. On the left side.
Although Ona's disagreeing.
Yeah. You see Owen referencing exactly what we were just talking about, that open second shot. Terry, it looks like our featured card is playing, you know, pretty quick out there. Are you surprised by that at all?
I'm really loving the pace out here, actually. We just saw our second feature card step off of this green just a few moments before our card got here. So everything looks to be moving along quite nicely. And also the sun is trying to poke through. You may see a little bit of that sunshine here in the early afternoon.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, sir. As they're making their way up the fairway on this par 4, it's playing a third of a stroke under par on the day, the second easiest hole on the track. On hole 9, Rebecca Cox. Got that double Mando on 9. Ooh, look at that drift, Zoe.
That is exactly what you want for this hole. She has no trees in the way, and she's got a fantastic look for birdie.
Jumping back to hole 8, Tatar's second.
Massive upshot for Tatar for the drop-in.
Perfectly done. That will get Kristen back under par after bogeys on 2 of the last 4. Hansen next. The shape was nice. It just found ground a little early, but still a putt.
It's a putt, and I believe she's inside of the circle.
Nice. Jumping over to the Scoggins. Or is she waiting for Pierce? Yep, she's waiting for Paige Pierce as that tee shot, or second shot comes in. Pierce playing fast today. Scoggins.
Excellent shot for on there, and you heard her off the tee pad talking to her competitors in a friendly way, saying, let me teach you about this hole. And I think she's got it figured out.
Yeah. Allen, tee of 9.
Oh, and she catches the late tree. So the Mando trees are only 100 feet off of the tee box. The tree that Katrina Allen just hit was about 160, and the trees close to the basket are 290, 10 feet away.
Okay.
Just got to beat all 3.
Ahead on 13, Holly Finley. And there is OB right on 13. Ananda back on 9. Oh.
It comes out of her hand early, unplanned, and she sneaks past that middle fairway tree. She's got a look for birdie.
And back to 8's green for the little birdhouse action. Hansen putting just behind that. It's a birdie home. Let's see if Hansen can get this birdie home.
If this isn't a birdie look, I don't know what is.
Tough look.
Yeah, just a little left for Ella.
Pierce, also a par or birdie putt. Let's get Pierce back to even on the day. And Pierce, wasting no time, drops in that birdie. We'll have 2 more coming up from Tatar and Scoggins. Terry, Paige seems like she's playing pretty fast today. Is that a new, faster Paige this year? Is it, you know, what we've seen from here before? What do you think?
Yeah, guys, I noticed that a few events ago where she's just pretty much stepping up and getting up and throwing very quickly. She's not taking any time. We see that more so on the tee than even on the green. So it's Paige Pierce. She knows her shot. She just wants to step up and execute.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Unfortunate miss for Scoggins. You don't expect that. Tatar drops in birdie. They will head to hole 9. Double Mando action coming up. On hole 9, Allen. Hole 13, Holland Hanley. We just watched Finley leak off to the right.
This is another one of our par 5s at 930 feet.
That is a great looking spin from Hanley.
So that Mando all the way out there is 621 feet away. So I've heard the players say you want to play to the right just to get yourself set up to make that Mando.
Ananda on 9, putting for birdie.
Just inside of her line.
Rebecca Cox putting for birdie on the same. You saw that drive. Beautiful turnover well into circle 1. Smash.
Rebecca Cox is dialed.
A turkey and a share of the lead. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, Missy Gannon there in first.
And there's a look at it right now. It's changing drastically every hole, but Missy is out in solo first at 3 down. She's only got 2 more holes to complete. Excuse me, 1 more hole to complete. She just finished 17.
Yep, just parred there on 17. Followed the birdie on 16. And Pierce, tee of 9.
Comes out plenty early. She does miss that fairway tree, but she's only about 2/3 of the way up.
Yeah. Tatar. Taking that sneaky line.
Yeah, that looked planned, actually. I don't feel like that one came out too early. I think she might have been trying to work the angle. We'll have to see how she plays that tee shot in a couple days.
Scoggins.
Excellent for Ohm there. You know she's coming back strong after that splash out.
Hansen.
Oh, no, Ian hitting the right side Mando, and we know that when a disc hits the tree, it still most commonly gains forward in distance. I'm afraid that she may have completely missed it after that reaction.
She's at least OB, you know?
And the drop zone is right there, just 100 feet of advancement, 200 feet to go up this fairway.
We just got a picture update from Terry Miller. The sun is out at Glendoveer right now, if you couldn't tell by the video. Ella's third.
And pulled just a little right. I hope it's far enough right that she can see the basket or stretch out to it. Those trees are huge.
She's going to need to make that putt to avoid double bogey. Allen trying to avoid single bogey and does so nicely with a par putt there. And you saw the drive for Finley on 13. She's short of the OB in the hazard, or the spectator roped.
zone here. Yeah, and you can't move any pieces of the course set up. So awkward stance.
And
That was a great shot for the constricted power. That was all arm for Holly.
Paige Pierce, her second. Terry, watching this approach from Pierce, how is that Hansen lie? Is she going to have a chance to save bogey? Or is she totally blocked by that tree?
Well, she's lucky that she got a little carom off the tree because that should give her an open enough look. She should have a look for the basket to save the bogey.
All right. We'll hope for the best there. That is an approach from Tatar that will turn into par. Scoggins. Nope. Scoggins is in circle one for her birdie putt, so it shouldn't be own. Looking like it will be Hansen next. This one is for bogey.
Heartbreaker there, Ian. I thought she was going to card that and limit the damage. Splashing out right. Ella is looking at double bogey. It's only a 300-foot hole, but so well designed. All these guardian trees and mandos making a lot of difficulty for such a short hole.
And she's not missing 2 putts in a row. There we go.
She lets the right side catch her.
And Scoggins back to even on the day thanks to that birdie on 9. Pierce for par. That'll keep Pierce in that 13th place tie. Hansen will come back for a double. And Tatar cleans up par. They are on their way to hole 10. So we're going to head to Cox on the tee of 10. Sitting on a turkey currently and 1 off the lead of Gannon. A misrelease there, but at least it found ground before it found OB. Allen next on the par 4 10th. 585.
There's actually a Mando out there at 250. And the basket is super protected for this par 4.
Oh, Allen pushing the ceiling there and paying the price for it. Jumping back to 13. Hanley throwing 2. She's also in that second place tie at 2 down. So there's a lot going on 13.
There really is. I mean, it's a par 5 with Mando's late and 907 feet. A lot of thinking.
Katrina's second after the tree hit on the drive. Let's see if she has enough for a birdie look. I don't see any flags. On the same, Rebecca Cox. Early release for Cox, and has centered up that group of trees. And now Ananda on the same. Finley third on the par 5 13th. You got to make this Mando right, but then there is OB, as you can see, staked out down there. And Finley doing a little bit of tree trimming up there. And back to 10s fairway with Rebecca Cox. Her third.
Excellent shot. Rebecca is definitely feeling her shots and executing nicely. She's in a good flow state.
She's doing a really good job of taking the pressure off the putter on those par makes. Finley, this needs to swing back. Ooh, maybe a curl. Let's see.
And I believe that's in bounds, Ian. It does widen out there near those grouping of trees. The OB gets wider.
On the fairway after 3 for Finley on 13. Although that was, yeah, that was it. Terry, we have hit our first backup here on hole 10. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, actually, funny you say that. I was just talking to Jeff Jacqua, one of our PDGA marshals out here, and he leaned into me and he said, this group here isn't playing slow. Our final feature card is just playing really fast. So there's the assessment from here on the ground.
I think that is a fair assessment from Jeff.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of just ready, set, go, fast play from our feature card.
They are waiting on this. Ananda ahead on the green.
Oh, I love the big throw-in op and a nice placement next to the basket.
Hanley throwing 3 on the par 5 13th.
And that was a tricky angle, difficult shot to execute. She does it nicely.
All right, ready on the tee of 10 with Scoggins. Nice looking tee shot. Own in business. Pierce next up. Zoe, did we get to wish a happy birthday to Paige Pierce?
You know, at the press conference we did mention it, but Paige is now all of 32 years old. She is enjoying it, a whole entire life dedicated to disc golf and half of it playing professionally.
Touring since she was 16 or
yes, actually says 14, 15, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tatar.
And this looks perfect.
Hansen.
I like this inside line. It gave her a little more distance. And you hear those the claps from the audience getting bigger and bigger, a louder roar. It's exciting to see the spectators out here today.
And thank you for spectating on YouTube today. And if you are, consider subscribing to the Disc Golf Network. You get all 4 days of Elite Plus event. And a whole lot more coming the rest of the year, Zoe. It's heating up.
And if you want to be a good friend or family member and just really give the gift of joy, tell the person that you care about the most about the Disc Golf Network. Subscribe, because if you're not able to get to these events live, the best way to catch it all is live action on the Disc Golf Network. You're not going to see the action any quicker. We're bringing it live.
The only place, the only home of live Disc Golf Network. It's getting better every year, too. You love to watch it.
Yeah, just thinking about that stat about Paige, her entire life seriously dedicated to disc golf. 15 years on the road. And the game just keeps getting better and better. The field's deeper.
Scoggins from the fairway of 10 puts that one too high. Owen will play this for par now. And she says. From the same spot, Ella Hansen. What are you doing from this spot here, Zoe?
I avoid all danger. If you've got the power, go around it all.
Ella definitely has the power, and she's looking out around. Perfectly called, Zoe.
I love it. And she got the skip bonus. She's got a putt just outside of the circle.
That'd be a nice bounce back for Ella after the double on 9. Tatar's second.
Kristen with the opportunity to play the other side opening of to the basket. And I'm not quite sure where that landed her. She got some late claps. Definitely outside of the circle.
You should be looking over at Paige Pierce. About to throw her second shot.
And this is wide, but it's the only way to avoid the danger. This basket is so protected, Ian. We couldn't see it from the camera angle behind the thrower, and can't see the throwers when you're behind the basket.
Hanley on 13, putting for birdie. When you're hauling, you really got to take advantage of these par 5s. This will be for the 3rd birdie of the day. It will stay at 2 birdies on the day. One by Missy Gannon, the other by Lindsay Fish. Back to 10 for Scoggins, throwing 3. Need that to swing in, and I believe it's done that. Finley for par on 13. Almost saves par after that drive.
So close.
Wow. That will turn into a bogey. Instead, Finley will drop back to 1 under on the day. Now in a tie for 5th, along with Tatar and Wynn. Cat Merch and Ronsley also in that pack. And Juliana Corvers. Oh my God, there's a whole host of names at 1 down. Tatar. That was a birdie bid to get out of that 1 down pack. It will not be here. Par coming for Kristen.
Kristen, does that look good for my 4 inches, sir?
Pierce for birdie.
Oh, Ian, I thought it was in. Just a little bit low for Paige.
Hansen, a birdie putt. Pushes that one over, on line at least. She'll have a little work left on the comeback par. It looks like she's still out.
So, Ian, this is about a 10,000-foot course, just under.
Okay.
And I talked about it in my keys, but you have to capitalize on scoring opportunities, par 3s, 4s, and 5s. We haven't seen the putter super hot for anybody yet.
Ella cleans up the first of the par. The rest are drop-ins, so we'll take a break while that happens. Back in just a few.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Professionals say Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or two. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's good quality product. And having the stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
This is
The new
up to ice orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
tingling.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Katrina Allen. The approach on 11 almost goes in.
Yeah, that looked fantastic.
Second shot for Haley on 14. You saw the drive in the picture-in-picture. Has a look. Cox. Back on 11, laying up. She'll have that drop in for par. And your scores, as I said, Rebecca Cox just one off Missy Gannon's lead, who's in the clubhouse. Kat Murch playing well on Holland Hanley. And there are a lot of people at one down, all the way to 12th place is at one down.
Wow, this is a tight race. And round one early.
Now we'll take a peek down. Corver also in the clubhouse. She's in with a one down. Ananda putting for birdie. Not to be there. Finley throwing 2 on 14.
This is also a very difficult green to access just due to the guardian trees, so that was perfect for Holly.
Yeah, they like it. Looking down at the tee of 11. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone. Your feature card. Milling about down there. Huge thanks to our friends at Flight Factory, sponsoring the drone coverage all year long. Owen Scoggins with the box.
Yeah, she snuck past all of those trees. She's got to look for the birdie.
She does.
She used all the width of that fairway as well.
Uh-huh. Pierce heads through the double Mandos.
I believe she's just outside of the circle and should have at least halfway or an all the way open look.
Tatar.
Similar to Paige's, just a little further up the fairway, she'll have an open look for the basket.
Hansen. A little too high from Hansen. Par play for Ella coming up on hole 11. Ronsley on hole 14 for birdie.
Oh, yes, that was a very clutch putt for Ronsley, getting to -2 and out of that big pack up at 1 down. Clutch putt.
Yep, now just one off the lead of Gannon. Jumping back to 11.
Copy and good. Thanks, brother.
I think we're hanging out with my buddy Nick Fink here on the gimbal cam as he follows Ella Hansen to her lie. Shouts to all the Disc Golf Network crew out here making this possible. They are hustling all over these huge courses this week. Hansen, a long look at birdie.
Unfortunately, she catches the guardian tree and she's at circle's edge still.
Hanley on 14, putting for birdie. You saw the approach.
Oh no, Ian, not again. We've seen too many cage hits for Holland Hanley today. I think that's the 5th one.
So I'll have that little roll away left for par now on 14. Back to 11 for Pierce. Pierce steps that putt through just a little high. Comeback par in her future as Owen looks at 2.
Oh man, that was dead center. Just a little strong.
Owen will stay at even on the day likely. As Tatar steps up to a birdie putt. Circle 2.
And it's not to be for our lead card on hole 11 today, although each one of them had some sort of an opportunity.
Yeah, true. Hansen with an opportunity for par now from circle's edge.
Just a little strong as well.
Ooh.
There's no lack of effort here.
There's the Pierce disc as Hansen just sneaks in the bogey. Paige, a little bit of work left on her par comeback, but you like your chances. To stay at even on the day, Paige Pierce.
No problem. And earlier we talked about how hole 11 and 12 are very, very similar, but 12 is actually 35 feet longer. That's about 10 meters, or the circle's distance, just as protected. So it'll be interesting to see if birdies can be grabbed on this one. Only a single Mando on this hole, whereas 11 had a double.
Cox with the box.
And asking for it to do something good. She's out in the open, so give her a chance to access the green.
That was Hanley's par putt ahead on 14. That will turn into a bogey. And Katrina Allen, I believe, has the only clean scorecard left in the field.
And we get to see another roller. It sneaks past the first couple Guardian trees, and it's coming in towards the basket.
Yes, what a shot from Katrina. A chance to add to that clean 2 down as Holly Finley putts for birdie on 14.
And this is a death putt. This very big elevation drop behind.
And Holly Finley for birdie. 1 off the lead. Can't you get a share? You'll find out on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
Rebecca Cox on the fairway of 12. Early tree hit with her drive. Just looking for an up and down par now. That's one way to get a par. And jumping ahead to 15 with Finley. Now 1 off the lead. She liked it. Katrina putting for birdie to add on to that clean 2 down and get a share of the lead. Heavy chains. As Goggins takes the tee. Terry, you got word about maybe a shuttle, perhaps? Am I hearing that correct?
Yeah, with the expansive property that we're using out here, the event actually is offering a shuttle to the players. So as soon as they complete this hole, there's a couple of different golf carts here ready to go. So if the players opt for it, they can take a shuttle to their next tee, trying to save their legs after 4 long days out here.
Oh. All right, I like that, Terry. Nice touch by the staff as Pierce steps up.
And this is very low.
Ooh.
Does not advance very far up the fairway.
Tatar. Oh, what a shot from Kristen. That's a 380-foot drive right there, nearly from Tatar. Hansen.
Oh, that tree kick was pretty massive.
Yeah.
However, it might open up the look.
Yeah, I'm with you. It should be a pretty easy up and down. Finley, you saw the drive. Here's the second on 15.
And that was a beautiful commitment for Holly.
Par putt for Cox.
Her putter's hot.
It is. That was just a moment ago. As on the same, but way back down the fairway is Pierce throwing 2.
Yeah, she's got to like jump out 30 or 40 feet just to see where the basket is. A very guarded position by these trees. Oh, sidearm roller. She needs it to flip over.
She is going 100 long.
And curling in, but you're right. She's definitely long of the basket.
That is a spicy roller there from Paige Pierce. Maybe a little too spicy, in fact. Needed to dial this one back. Just a skosh. A couple Scovilles, if you will, Zoe.
A little too much spice for Paige.
At least it's in bounds. Yeah, maybe a little white sauce on there, cool it down a little bit. You know, the garlic white sauce is fantastic at the hall, guys. There is the Hansen approach, and that kick did open up a very easy up and down, which she has taken advantage of nicely. Playing everybody's favorite game, who is out? And our friends at Statmando confirming that the Allen is the lone clean card left on the course. There was only one last year. That was Owen Scoggins, round 4. Shot a clean 7 down.
That's right. And out of 4 rounds, only 1 clean scorecard. That's incredible. It's a victory, really.
Yeah.
Just a little high out of her hands. Paige will have a little bit of a comeback to clean up the bogey.
Scoggins. It's a birdie look in circle 2.
She thought she had it, just a little bit wide for Owen Scoggins.
Yep.
And this is where Kristen's drive got her to. She's inside of the circle.
Wow.
Excellent. And comes up on the entire card.
And that is just the second birdie of the day on hole 12. The other by Ananda.
Coming up on the field there on this hole.
Yeah. Scoggins walking to a par putt.
a very uncharacteristic splash out for Owen. She's had two of those now today.
That was heavy chains. That could have dropped. One of those 50-50 balls that didn't, unfortunately. Pierce for par, or bogey, excuse me. That's in. Hansen will have that left for par. And that'll be followed by a rare 3-putt from Mons Goggins. As they make their way to the next, oh, we watch this Tatar putt one more time, excuse me. And while they make their way to the next, your last break on the Disc Golf Network. Back to the action in just a few.
Disc and Balls Golf Channel features tournament coverage, rounds with friends, disc reviews, and more subscribers than Simon Lizotte on Rumble. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of the spicy disc golf content that you can't get from any other channel.
This is
the new
up to ice orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
King-a-ling.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
And here comes a word from our sponsor, Latitude64. Listen closely. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. And lastly, and most importantly, she sells seashells by the seashore. She also sells our mystery box on the 12th of June. Thank you for listening. Have a nice mystery box.
I am so impressed by the way you just nailed that tongue twister.
Thanks. Do I get a bonus?
I think so. And Latitude64's mystery box being the presenting sponsor of this event and one of the greatest in the game manufacturer-wise. Be sure to get your hands on it.
A lot of great plastic, as Tatar will show you every single time you watch her play. All right.
Can't say anything else except for that you definitely hit the birdie putt there.
Yeah.
And let's get the focus back onto the golf and check out the leaderboard. Quite a bit of stack up. Missy Gannon came in early with the 3 down, and she's holding that spot very, very solid. These girls they had 10 holes to catch up, and they're still lingering in the 2 down, 1 down spot.
Yeah, we're seeing not a lot of scoring separation early. It's kind of interesting. I thought we'd see maybe a push from someone, but the people who are finding birdies are also finding bogeys, Zoe.
We know that the final hole, 9, the back 9 of West, is the harder half, the longer half. And I talked about it earlier. You've got to have the stamina, and you have to capitalize on scoring opportunities. We've seen a lot of cage hits, putts flying over the basket. Might be a little bit of extra thinking or overthinking going on out there, but the putters really need to be dialed in for whoever wants to make the charge.
Yeah, we really haven't seen crisp putting on this feature card here. Maybe they'll get it going here in the back 9. You hope so, anyway. A lot of golf left out here in this Elite Plus event. Let's take a look at our hole 13. Gonna fly on through this one. There's a big backup. Let's kind of check out, see why that backup might be occurring.
Well, yeah, I mean, starting off, it's a par 5, 930 feet. You've got to beat this branch that we're flying under. So we have a elevation drop that's drastic, but a low ceiling right off the tee pad. And as we get a little closer, you can see the tree in the middle of your screen with a Mando sign. Well, that's pretty far up there. It's 621 feet, and it's on the right-hand side, even though it feels like we're flying through it on the right. You've got to stay right. And then we've got a drop zone at 285 feet away if you're missing the Mando right there. That's still so far away for a drop zone. OB lining the right-hand side again. Trees to miss everywhere, sprinkled all throughout the green, protecting it. Could there be much more trouble? At least we got the little bit of bump out right here on the right-hand side with a few more trees sprinkled in where it could be safe.
But you look at that OB right by the pin. It's, you know, edge of circle, maybe slightly inside even.
If you take a look at the right-hand side of your screen, that gives you the graphic in design of how it is. Very, very difficult hole, but so scoreable. Did the players do their homework? And do they have the stamina? And really, really quickly, I've got to jump over to what's happening at the men's side. Dallas Garber out of Gresham, Oregon, right here local, is leading the tournament as a 15-year-old. He had a throw-in eagle on hole 1.
Sick. Montgomery on the fairway of 13. Yeah, it looks like it did the job.
Great shot for Kona there.
On 16, Holly Finley picked up the par on the par 5, 15.
And a great shot for Holly there. She's placed her disc very well. And you can see the OB is right off the tee there, and it really just shouldn't come into play unless the player releases too high or pulls it too wide. Potentially release it early.
Holland Hanley next to act, 16's tee. Hanley sitting at 1 down on the day.
And this is a 356-foot hole. So definitely Holland has the distance to get in there.
Goes to the flex. Looks like that one might have faded a little late as we check out Zoe's keys for closing, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
It's a long course. You must stay present throughout the entire round. You can't get tired physically, and you certainly can't get fatigued mentally. Keep the fight alive. You've got to stay hungry. And then scoring on the par 5s, it's just a must. There's still a few in the back. You've got to get those and capitalize. So big, huge gauntlet course here for our FPO field. Who has the strength, both physically and mentally, to survive? Think about these kind of courses. You could be leading the tournament or just the round, you know, for half the holes or better. And you might get a little hungry, might get a little tired.
And we've got some action here on the tee of 13, Sayananda.
Wow, that disc was in the air for a very long time, Ian. Sayananda has got some distance.
Rebecca Cox. Along with Ananda and Allen, also at 2 down.
Great shape on this drive.
Rebecca in business off the tee. Allen next.
And Kat is actually, it looks like she's opting to play it out left, which is something we haven't seen.
That's got to be a miss, Zoe.
I think
Right?
so. I think, yeah,
Yeah.
you just saw her kind of air motion explain. She was looking for the right side leak.
And Alan, Jennifer Variety throwing her tee shot. That's more what you like.
Just want to clarify that is only a spectator rope over there. Katrina is not out of bounds.
Jen's skip game still on point. Coming off that big time win at the Beaver State Fling a couple weekends back. Check that out. And there's no better way to start the day.
Final round, hole 1.
Blow it.
Boom, the ace of like the century, really.
And that putt to finish on 18. Is Jennifer Allen a good putter now, Zoe?
You know, she had her woes years ago, but the putter is solid and she's put the work in.
Fairway with Montgomery. That was her third. Should be able to clean up par, though. Birdie, look for Finley. This is on hole 16.
And that's one of the first misses we've seen by Holly on the putting green all day.
Yeah, Holly Finley, I believe that is actually only her second miss inside the circle today.
Beautiful view of the Pacific Northwest up in Washington there. That's Mount St. Helens above your leaderboard.
Beautiful day.
Yeah, we've got some clouds, but this temperature is what I like to consider one of the most desirable golf conditions.
Allen on 13, throwing 2.
It was a big shot, but she clears the Mando. And for Kona's third. Excuse me, that was her. Oh, yeah, that it was her third shot.
Yeah, that'll be a par for Kona. Allen back on the fairway, throwing 2.
And taking a standstill approach at it, but we know Jen can throw it farther than most people in the world standing still.
And around the Mando, into the fairway safely goes Allen. Rebecca Cox. Rebecca Cox looking for her first league card since Vegas round 2. Well, she did make her Beaver State Fling League card. It's a good shot.
It's a good shot.
Wynn has a birdie look. Was your early leader. Had picked up bogeys on 9 and 10. That dropped her back to 1 under. This to move back to 2.
Solid putting. Yeah, that early hot start and a little bit of mid-round trouble, but as long as she's staying focused, she can still close this out. Very solid.
Ananda on the par 5, 13th. maybe a little short of the Mando.
Yeah, I'm thinking right at.
Yeah. $17 with Finley. What are we doing here, Zoe?
Well, this is a big one. This is 511 feet. It's another par 4 before the huge finishing par 5, but you really just have to stay dead center and short of that tall grass OB. That's pretty far out there. It's 410 feet to the tall grass.
Okay.
So just got to stay straight out the gap.
Finley with a couple tickles right and left. We'll hope it pushed out into the gap, or out of the gap, excuse me. He has Hanley steps up next. I looked up the middle. And Allen headed to the drop zone after the Mando miss with her second. Throwing 4. Tugged it over just a little. Bogey coming up for Allen. It looks like the last clean scorecard is about to get muddied up, Zoe.
Yeah, I'm just so disappointed to hear she actually missed that Mando. I thought she'd thrown it far enough.
On the same Ananda. And it will not be Sai next. It will be Jennifer Allen who's grabbing the range. It's going to be Jennifer's third shot on the par 5. She should have enough arm to get there for the up and down.
Yeah, this is where the distance that Jen has just very easily accessible to her really comes into an advantage. She just needs to keep it clean and land next to the basket. A little too much power on that.
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to catch one of those trees and slow her down, but skipping on right through circle 1 into circle 2 goes Allen for a birdie look. Looking back down the fairway, should be Ananda now. This Sai is third.
Disking down to a mid-range. Looks like it's overstable. Oh, and even disking down, she goes long.
Wow.
So.
Sai, one of our many unique winners on tour this year, as you can see.
It has some really sneaky distance
She
behind
does.
all of her shots and just makes it look so easy. One of my favorite celebrations right there.
And Ananda flexing on him with that putt to win. Didn't even need it. Aww. Guitar. Jonesboro for merch. Getting her monkey off the back. Allen, monkey off the back for her as well. First win on the Pro Tour. And now back to the action on 13. Rebecca Cox, her third. Rebecca Cox, edge of circle, putting for birdie on 13. Holly Finley on 17. You saw the drive. Here's the second.
And this is going to need to be a full-powered drive to get across.
No
That
updates yet.
was close.
I'll let you know when we find out. All right, tee time for your future card. Back on 13, Tatar.
That was a smash, and she cut it as close as possible to that tree just off the tee. Great placement for Tatar.
Hansen, next to act. Ellison at 3 over on the day.
And Ella is doing a little tree trimming with that low line drive and still getting an incredible distance up the fairway. Center cut.
Scoggins. Oh, flexing this down 13's fairway nicely.
Just a gorgeous drive here for Own as well.
And now Pierce. Page 1 over on the day, 4 off the lead. You like your chances on a par 5 though?
This is the best of the bunch, or close to where Kristen is at. Paige and Kristen matching each other for huge distance.
Hanley on 17. And we do have an update for Finley. We'll watch Sai first, though. Birdie look for Ananda.
Yes, and it's in.
And
Sai is now in a tie with Missy Gannon at 3 down. She's still got some holes left.
Getting some love from Rebecca Cox before she lines up a birdie putt. And this is back on 17. As you can see, Finley, second did leak OB. This is throwing 4.
And sadly, this is a much more difficult upshot because of the distance to the pin.
Oh, hits it.
Yeah, but no problem for Holly.
She'll drop in bogey. That'll drop her back to 1 under on the day as we look at Scoggins throwing 2 on 13.
Those 2 shots were absolutely Own's best case scenario. She hit her line, and she's moving up the fairway.
Jumping back to 17 for Ronsley approaching her second. A birdie look coming up for Stacy on 17. That will get her to 2 down on the day with a make. Into that tie for third. Tatar. Man, she had a really nice angle here for that second shot, Zoe.
Yeah, I believe she's playing this exactly the way she had hoped.
Late tree there on her second, but birdie still in play as Pierce throws 2.
Oh, just a little too high. She breaks through the low-hanging branches and still gets so far up the fairway.
That's incredible.
She had to have thrown that really fast.
Hansen. Her second on the par 5.
A sharper hyzer angle and a lot of ground action. It's also good placement.
Yeah, should be just a nice, easy swing out.
Man, for Pierce hitting that low-hanging branch, she sure got way up the fairway. I don't think we've seen 2 shots put together that far yet.
Yeah. Hanley for birdie. Turquoise cap right there. And Holland Hanley with a share of third place thanks to that putt. Ronsley walking to her birdie look. Also to join that third place pack. And there she is. Back to 13, Scoggins. Third.
hoping for the ground action. Oh. And getting a green flag, but certainly coming pretty close to testing that OB.
I didn't think she was going to test it that hard.
Still smiling.
Yeah.
Still safe.
Ananda. We're on the tee of 14. Double Mando. And slide through the gap and in business on a 14. Back to 13. To Tar. Lines up her third. Kristen will have that putt for back-to-back birdies and a share of the lead.
And this is one of those greens on the course that has one of the fastest, skippiest surfaces. Got about 4 or 5 different playing surfaces around the greens here, and this one's fast.
Cox on 14. Through the Mando
Yeah,
and out
she-
into the open.
She beat the Mando.
Yeah. A longer distance than the rest, but the line should be fine. Back to 13, Hansen for third.
This looks great. No work left to do for Ella Hansen.
And that should get Hansen back to 2 over on the day. Jumping into an 18th place tie. Looking down here at the fairway of 13, a live look down from your Flight Factory drone. Clash Disc just trying to make us hungry on the course, Zoe, with all those disc names.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's okay, right? I can do it, right?
Owns 4th.
Looking for a skip also. She's just outside of bullseye.
And Terry, we just saw Owen throw that red disc that got into the water on 4. Was that found, or does she have some backups in the bag?
You know, that's actually a really good question. If it's the same one or not, I'm only a few feet from it, but I can't tell for sure. Either way, it looks like it served her well here on this par 5.
That it did. A nice approach as Paige puts it pretty close as well. Tatar skipped pin high left. In circle 2 for this birdie look. For a share of the lead, Tatar.
Oh, man. Ian, I thought that one was in. Barely off the cage there for Kristen, though. She'll tap in a par.
Paige Pierce. Walking to a birdie look in circle 1. This is to fight back to even on the day for Pierce.
A clutch putt for Paige and birdie to card.
Scoggins, a par look. Hansen, a drop in birdie from the bullseye. Ella now just 5 off the lead with 5 to play. Par for Tatar. On to hole 14. Speaking of 14, Rebecca Cox throwing 2. And jumping ahead to Murch on 17, throwing 3. And circle 2 for that look at par. Oh, just getting a late update. That was her second, we now believe. And she'll have that left for birdie. Ananda on 14, throwing 2.
And a little bit early released and rejected. She'll be at the base of the hill with quite a few trees between her and the basket.
Katrina Allen. That's going to leave Katrina on the fairway after 2. A Cat coming off of her first bogey of the day. There was the other Cat laying up for 4. You got the tee of 14, bottom of your screen. Basket tucked in the woods at the top. Great perspective on the hole.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those shorter trees in the fairway compared to the taller fairway separators. And it's just incredible to see the beauty that Oregon provides and the challenge that this disc golf, ball golf course can bring.
It's the biggest thing I think I miss about living in California from growing up in Oregon and just looking around and seeing all these beautiful trees.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And Ella.
You know, we talked about having all that physical and mental strength to finish the round, and Ella's like, I just need to keep that safe and protected. I'm going to just take a chill right here.
Catching some sun.
Okay, this is a very difficult position. I don't believe Sai actually can make the putt. Yep, she's just got to get close.
Yeah. That should work for par for Sai. Finishing hole 18 with Holly Finley throwing 2. We've got 2 sets of double Mandos here on 18. Finley still needs to make the first.
That's a great shot.
Yeah.
Good distance for Holly.
Jennifer Allen has a birdie look, hole 14.
In the heart. Jen really needed that birdie. She's taken it from 5 to 4 down, or 4 over on the scorecard.
Hansen back on the tee.
Yeah, it stays clean through the gaps, and that is so far.
We haven't seen one get to the shade yet.
Wow, Ella Hansen.
Let's see if Pierce can hop on those vapor trails. Yes, she can.
Answers.
Oh, it's better.
Ian, this is so fun to watch. These ladies are just throwing the disc so fast and so far.
Those two love duking it out in the distance department. Tatar.
And a little bit of a lower release out of her hands, but hey, Kristen still makes the gap, and she's in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, it's just fine there. Scoggins, last on the box.
Out in the sunshine. Great play for Owen Scoggins.
Yeah, pretty short par 4. That's really all you need is just a clean tee shot through those first set of trees.
It's approaching the green that the trouble is really provided.
Speaking of that green, Rebecca Cox.
Oh, that almost dropped, Ian. She was pinned high.
Rachel Turton on hole 18.
Representing the UK
coming across the pond in a tie for third. We saw some of Rachel at the Beaver State Fling as well.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's giving her some good caddy tips to come over for the West Coast swing.
Yeah, right. Ananda, tee of 15.
Just kind of burned over right out of her hand.
Yeah. And 3 out of the last 6 are par 5, Zoe.
That's why I'm saying the stamina, it's not just physical. Your brain has to stay engaged. Such a daunting finish, but also the finish of a champion. Heart of a true champion can stay in it.
That's in there for a look at 3 for Tatar. They are both looking at Scoggins throwing 2. And missing everything is Scoggins. Looking at birdie now.
She went just past the basket, not too far, but yeah, circle 1 putt looking right down at it.
Chance to fight back to even on the day. Rebecca Cox now on the tee of 15.
And that was beautiful the whole way. Straight as an arrow right out of her hands.
Yeah, big distance advantage over the Ananda drive. And this Hanson drive, ridiculous back on 14, but you got to take advantage.
This looks good. Yes, just a couple paces outside of the bullseye for Ella.
Hopefully Ella's starting to fight her way back. That'll get her to 1 over with a make. Currently sitting 2. As Pierce readies her second. She's thinking eagle here perhaps, Zoe?
Well, you know, she had to sit there and contemplate. She has an open view, and she's the farthest drive. You know Paige is hungry.
There's a backstop.
Oh, man, that's beautiful. That was a very far distance to putt uphill, though.
Yeah.
She'll have a tap in.
No, it was really well done, though. Nate Perkins, the hardest working man in disc golf media last weekend, was doing live commentary and post commentary.
Wow. Working hard this weekend as a competitor and a friend.
How about that? Tatar for birdie. And a share of the lead.
Left side catch. Got enough chains, and she does it.
Should be swinging over to Scoggins next. Also putting for birdie.
She's got it.
And hole 14, kind of one of those must birdies out here, playing as the second easiest on the course. Hanson.
To drop to the level of the basket.
And she drops her score by a stroke. Now 1 over on the day as Ananda throws her second. Second shot on the par 5 15. And jumping ahead to 18 for Finley.
And Holly's making her way up the fairway nicely.
Yep. And let's fly 15 before they play it, Zoe. Walk us through.
Well, check out this sweet gap shot. We've got a drastic elevation drop right off the tee, but you got to get through the gap and know where the OB is. It's lining the entire left side very, very wide. Lots of room to fall out of the sky left, and lots of fairway to stick a huge distance drive. And then it gets a little bit difficult. Again, hoping that the players did their homework on these holes. You're going to see this zone that we fly over. We're still in the safe fairway right here, but now we have an OB entry to the island green. Players could play it wide right to try to have a chip shot up, but it's going to be just as difficult to get to the green. Just know your distance and your landing zone, and you can have it. One of those scoreable par fives, but you got to know where you want to throw.
Yep. And a look down at that hole from our Flight Factory drone. As your second feature card makes their way up, Rebecca Cox. Second shot. You liking that up there, Zoe?
I think that'll be an okay position.
Back on the tee, Hansen. Woo,
Opting
barely.
the forehand and squeaking past those trees out the gap.
That was
I like
close.
it.
Yeah. Paige Pierce. Yanked it a little bit. I heard a tree hit, that kicked it left. Pierce will likely be playing for par now. Tatar. Another forehand drive. Maybe just thinking about hitting the gap there, Zoe?
I think so. And you want to get as far forward as possible. Don't even worry about right or left. Just get out there.
And now Scoggins. Oh, beautiful flex forehand. Off the tee clean is Owen. Owen just 3 off the lead, even on the day. Let's check out our birdie zone, brought to you by our friends Birdie Pro, the board game.
And this is a great hole to check it out on because there is a lot of thinking and a lot of knowing where the OB and landing zones are. So I love this view here.
Okay. Really nice. You got Scoggins and Tatar kind of in that typical landing zone. Hansen a little right. Looks workable though. Pierce out of position.
Pierce is deep, but she knows that there's an OB green between her and the far right side. She knows where the OB is on the left, but that tree is going to cause trouble. So it'll be interesting to see if she wants to kind of disc down and boom it on the left or really send one far right.
And letting you guys know there are less than 500 games left of Birdie Pro, so go grab your copy before they sell out. It might be Thanksgiving time for that next order, is the word, as Cox attacks the island green.
She's safe. That is outside of the circle, though. This is a bigger island. It's just shy of being the circle 2 distance.
Turton throwing 3 on 18.
Good shot for Rachel there. Long look for birdie.
Mm-hmm. And looking at Allen attacking the island green.
Oh! I thought that was going to be ringing it up.
It looked good. Off the top goes Cat. One more look at this.
So close to perfect, and now far enough to be at circle's edge, but safe.
Ananda. Her third shot, big arm sigh.
Ooh, and we have a downhill run up. I didn't realize that is how far back Paige is. She's going to need a big drive either way. I love this, Ian.
Yeah, almost to that top plateau as we see Terry Miller hanging out. And Terry, we saw some pretty nice drives on 15, the longest coming from maybe the unexpected arm.
Yeah, it was great to see both Kristen and Ella's drive, as you guys were saying, playing for the placement, but Owen Scoggins lands right next to them and 10 feet in front of them even. So Owen should be flexing on them when she gets up there and realizes that she's outdriven one Ella Hansen.
Terry, as if on cue, Owen flexed exactly when you said that, walking up the fairway. That was amazing.
Terry, I also want to ask about Paige Pierce's second shot position there.
Yeah, she couldn't quite make it up to the second platform, and so she does have a relatively flat run up. She should be able to get to the pin. It's just she's going to have to trust it because she's not going to be able to see the actual pin. So she's going to have to be throwing to a spot.
Thank you, Terry. We watch Rebecca Cox with a birdie putt that will turn into par, and a long birdie putt, or birdie look, for Turton on 18.
A throw-in that would help, but she's going to play it smart.
Mounted green, not a bad idea, huh? Allen for birdie after almost carding the eagle.
That was a commanding circle's edge putt. Katrina wanted that sidearm to land in there, and she wasn't going to lose a stroke to having it fly that far away.
And she's back into that fourth place tie at 2 down. Ananda. I believe this is a par putt. Oh, excuse me, that was for birdie.
And Sai needed that. No damage with the par,
Yeah.
but a missed opportunity.
Back on the fairway to tar with a really nice second.
And that path that we see on the left side is safe. It is in play.
They're waiting for the landing zone to clear. Scoggins, the big arm off the tee on 15, throwing 2.
This is quite high out of her hands, but no trouble. Like, she's in that safe spot. She can approach the green.
Turton on 18. Trying to clean up par. Oh, and that one never got up into the chains. A bogey finish for the Brit. Will end her day at 1 down, 2 off the lead. Owned by Gannon, Tatar, and Ananda.
The scores are tight. We have a small pile up tied at first place, 3 down. To spectate this event is just going to be a wildly exciting experience. We have 3 more rounds, huge golf shots, big putts to witness. Sadly, last night there was a couple VIP tickets left for the weekend, but those are all sold out now for Saturday and Sunday. You can grab them still for tomorrow. General admission is all that's left, and you really don't want to miss out.
And Paige Pierce almost missing the green. Somehow sneaking in. She's in circle 1, though, with a birdie look. Chance to move to 2 down, 1 off the lead.
And she will, if she has the room, get a meter closer to the basket.
Uh-huh. And Zoe was just talking about it.
Yeah, you guys, I can't say enough about it. If you're anywhere within just a couple hours drive, couple minutes, get online, get those GA tickets for this weekend. There's still VIP available. You don't even know about the secret, awesome opportunities out on the course. Heard Bevel Brewery's out there in the middle with some
Nate
VIP
Val hanging out.
areas. We've got all kinds of activations here at the Portland Open.
The Scoggins approach on 15 is very nice, right on bullseye's edge for birdie. And Tatar, just about the same spot, also throwing 3.
Pretty much perfect, Ian.
Somebody's closer. And now Hansen.
Kind of waiting for a throw in.
Right? It's that kind of range, isn't it?
It definitely is. And that one looked good too.
Not far off for Hansen. Dries up in the bullseye for another birdie. Ella, after a pretty slow day, that's going to be a turkey. And she'll be back to even. Spirits are picking up for Hansen.
You got to do it. You got to pump yourself up. You cannot let down.
On 16, Katrina Allen. First available.
No.
And that is OB even.
Ian, I can't
Brutal.
help but think that her back foot slipped out a little bit, causing her to yank it to the right.
Kat slips more than almost any player we watch, doesn't she?
So much force in that lower half going into the drive.
Ananda.
And this is just absolutely filleted off the tee. She's going to have a bid for a 2. It's going to be long range.
Okay. Rebecca Cox.
Oh, hoping to squeak past those trees. Or just shy of them.
And back to Pierce. Snuck the third onto the green and sneaks the birdie putt home. A turkey right there for Pierce as well.
You know, Ian, it's just such important timing. If a miss right there could have just taken so much more energy away from her.
Scoggins puts home the birdie.
But the birdies give that energy back and boost you into the final 3 holes.
Hansen to match the turkey by Pierce. No problem. And Tatar will drop in her birdie. Tatar, that's 2 in a row for Kristen, but 3 of the last 4, and your solo leader.
And she still has 3 more holes. I mean, our field, our top featured card here has 3 more holes to continue scoring. They've got to keep it together.
Allen throwing 3 after the OB drive on 16. Allen will have that left for bogey. And this is Tatar's first event in a state that borders the Pacific Ocean. Random fact, but accurate.
We heard her talk about it in the press conference. She really loves seeing new places, and for this stat to be really the first time she's been this close to the Pacific Ocean, for a woman that travels and plays disc golf so much, I just couldn't feel happier that she finally made her way over to Oregon.
Your home state. There are Paragon notable statistics for Tatar.
100% in C1X.
Oh, wow. And leading the field in tee to green, throwing well. And they have reached the tee of 16. I don't think they've quite finished, though. Your second feature card up on the green, as you can see right there. Speaking of, Ananda for birdie from the fairway. Well, maybe off the fairway, but outside of all circles. Ooh.
Just a little cleanup left for Sai for the par.
Stay one off the Tatar lead. Cox. Smart golf there, laying up for par. Rebecca will stay at 2 down on the day and a tie for 5th. Hannah Wynn on the tee of 17. Oh, that leaked a little right, hopefully making the gap though.
Oh, girl, that's a lot of tournament items. And then even you go.
Here our feature card discussing the very busy schedules ahead. In the meantime,
Allen for bogey, a double coming up. That's a big cooler on the Allen round. That's going to drop her back to even on the day.
so unfortunate to have that slip. The only mistake that can be made on this tee shot is hitting one of those trees and finding that early OB. It was really unfortunate to see Kat hit that.
She's got to drop 10 spots.
Ouch.
And now the comeback for Allen. Not a gimme, is it? For double bogey.
And Katrina finishes this hole, not planning to look back, but really needing to stay focused moving forward.
Ananda looks at par. Flicks that one in. Allen and Cox cleaning up par. Oh, excuse me, that will be a bogey for Jennifer Allen. And back on the tee, your gallery. Tee shot should happen shortly.
Yeah, like I'm throwing right at where they're standing. This. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, and there's really no reason to be pushing this hole. You want to certainly wait until the group in front of you is cleared off. It's a 356-foot hole, so I think pretty much everyone can get into the circle on our feature card.
Hansen. Looking for 4 in a row, as is Pierce on 16.
Incredible shot for Ella Hansen. Circle's edge. And pin high.
And Pierce. Paige going for a different line than Hansen, but it also works.
Yeah, another incredible shot past the pin, circle's edge.
Tatar.
And a little shorter, but out in circle 2.
Mm-hmm. And now Scoggins.
asking for it to come back. This was really wide, and I'm kind of afraid she's behind those big trees with no view of the basket.
Well, they make that walk. We're going to jump ahead to 17. Hannah Wynn throwing 2. Tied for second. Easy up and down, and you're with a share of the lead. That looks wide, though.
Yeah, I was hoping it was high enough. And, yeah, she's got about a circle's edge putt.
Yeah. Hannah's gone out a nice season, you know. She's been bubbling up lately.
Well, and she's really put the work in. She's been touring for just a couple of years now, and I think made some decisions that she did want to kind of embrace her competitive side, and it's paying off. You know, she's traveling, touring with boyfriend Chris Clemens, and they're both putting a lot of work on the course.
Ananda on 17. That's really all you need on the tee shot.
That's right. Just
Out
got
the
to get
gap.
out the gap.
Cox, also 17. Oh, great looking shot from Rebecca as well.
Well, she can see the basket.
She can't see the basket. This
Very
is
difficult body position, though.
Scoggins throwing 2 back on 16.
Yeah, just golfing it out.
Yeah. Win for birdie and a share of the lead on hole 17.
And she's done it.
How about that?
A very exciting position for Hannah to be in, trying to close out this round 1 at the Portland Open Elite Plus.
Back to 16 to Tar, looking at birdie, circle 2.
Cash money, Ian. We haven't seen one of those in a few minutes. In fact, all day out of Tatar, I feel like she's found it, and that's going to be enough to boost her through the rest of this round. Let's take a look.
Nice. High in the chains from circle 2, and regains the solo lead from Hannah Wynn, who just birdied on 17. You love the day 1 action. As Hansen looks at birdie, circle 1, and for 4 in a row.
Just a little lacking of effort below the basket for Ella.
And Paige also looking at birdie, also looking at 4 in a row. This would move Paige into a share of 3rd. There we go.
It just didn't quite drop. High right side. Paige will remain at 2 down.
Tatar with some big putts there. Gets both Pierce and Hansen. Scoggins cleaning up 3. Hansen coming back for par. Pierce produces par. And they are on their way to 17's tee. While they do, let's take a look.
Yeah, this is a fun one to fly. It's a par 4, and it's pretty, it's a gettable distance. So 511 feet out there. All you've got to do from this FPO tee now is make it out this initial gap. So the tall grass is out there. You can see the white OB stakes lining it early. You got to throw it a little past 410 feet to get there. That could be a problem for a couple of our feature card ladies. But if you can stay short, it's just an easy up and down if you can stick it on the mound. We've seen a few birdies and we've seen some bogeys today. Hole 17 provides the challenge. It's averaging about 4.35, so just a little over par.
On the fairway, Rebecca Cox throwing 2.
Good placement.
So we're going to head to 18 for Hannah Wynn on the tee.
Hoping to skip left to set her up in good position for the second drive.
And Ananda on 17. You saw the drive. Here's the second. That's a birdie look in circle 1 for Ananda. That's for a share of second. Tatar waiting on the tee of 17, sitting on birdies of 4 of the last 5. She is looking out at this. Ananda putting for birdie on the green. This is for a share of second place.
And it's just so casual for Sai. I love her pre-shot routine. I love how comfortable the putt looks. Her hand confirming it with the follow-through. Let's go, Sai.
Tatar back on the tee. It's left.
And gets a little bit of turn. Catches a little bit of low-hanging branches, but she's fine.
But she found a great gap up there. Hansen next.
This is nice and clean.
Also in position for her second. And now Paige Pierce.
Right up the middle.
And Paige is out in the fairway safely as Scoggins taps up. Terry, told you got some Paige Pierce news for us. What do you got?
Yeah, one thing that I saw Paige do after she completed the previous hole, she actually came out to the opening and she double-checked the wind. She lifted up some grass to take a look at what it would do. Of course, you've got the tunnel shot off the tee, but she wanted to know what it was like when she got into the opening. She saw it blow a little left to right. Doesn't look like she threw a great tee shot, but definitely thinking ahead, one step ahead of the rest of her competitors with that move.
Solid. You like it. On the green, Allen for birdie. And it's a double bogey sandwich, but at least it has birdie bread, Zoe.
Yeah, we're going to go even in those last 3 holes for Katrina.
Yep. Rebecca Cox putting for birdie. This is for a sure fourth. Oh, nasty.
You just don't like seeing those, Ian.
On 18, Wynn throwing 2.
It's quite high, but she makes it out clean. So this is actually going to be a pretty big distance.
Yeah, full flight shot from Anna.
She's happy with it.
And back on 17, Pierce, wasting no time per the usual. She puts that one OB? No. Scoggins? That looked good. From we have an OB for Pierce. I did not see that though. Tatar, second. Terry, we have Pierce marked as OB here on 17. What happened?
I'll admit, guys, she must have thrown so quickly. I didn't see her, but what I can tell you is I saw Own come up short, and it looks like she's for sure out of bounds by no more than a meter.
Yeah, you are correct there, Terry. Seeing an OB on UDisc for Own as well as Hansen approaches. That's okay, not great, but at least it's in bounds.
Yeah, after watching your competitors, 1, maybe 2 go OB, that's enough to kind of rattle you unless you've got that mental strength and you're going to just keep the eyes on the prize. Good shot for Ella. Man, it's just this late in the round and being so focused. We know Paige was thinking about the wind before the tee shot.
Yeah.
That would be an incredible miss.
There's Scoggins readying her 4th after the OB 2nd. I wonder if Paige isn't in that OB long and left, Zoe. Oh,
Own almost trying to get that par.
Owen will have that left for bogey now. After a nice 4th shot. Oh, Paige Pierce is short OB. Along with Scoggins throwing 4.
And landing it nicely just outside of the bullseye.
Pierce will have that left for bogey. She's going to drop back into that tie with Allen, Beach, Ronsley, Corver, Turton, and Scoggins. Although Scoggins dropping back with a bogey as well. Ananda on 18's tee. Sigh a little left of optimal. Should be able to make the Mandos, though.
I think so. They're pretty widely spread apart, so a lot of opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Looking down at the green of 17. Tatar for birdie. Also for a 2-stroke lead.
Smooth as butter. Tatar in commanding fashion. She's at 6 down.
4 birdies in a row right now.
Whew, on these the hardest part of the course.
Truth. Hansen also looking at birdie. So get Ella back to under on the day. Actually, that's Ella's first time under par on the day. At 1 down now. Pierce for bogey. Moving the wrong way late. Pretty much knocks out her lead card chances. Scoggins also going the wrong way. Also will be lurking on 2nd or 3rd card tomorrow. So we're going to head to 18, Rebecca Cox.
Her card mates like it.
And ahead on the fairway, Hannah Wynn throwing 3.
And nicely done.
Mm-hmm. She's marked as on the fairway after 3, so likely playing for par on the finishing 18 as we fly it, Zoe.
So this one's really far. You can see it's 1,036 feet. It's very far out there, Ian. It's a par 5, though. It's the hardest hole on the course. It's our finishing hole on the West Course, 18. And we're just flying, flying, flying about where you want to land your first drives. Doing your homework on the holes, figuring out, do you want this right gap that we're going to fly through, or do you hyzer out and take the wider left gap, hoping for any tree gap if you're out of position, but you've got to cross another golf fairway. This would be the second one. And somewhere in here, you're hoping your second shot lands. Looking for a gap. Have to miss. Oh, excuse me. We haven't gotten to the third golf fairway and the late Mando. Sorry. It's just so many feet to fly. The disc has to be placed well somewhere around here and maybe even a little further up on that flat tier for your third shot if you've got the elite distance, hoping for a fourth shot to get under the basket and then par it. Now elite distance will get their third shot within range to potentially get a jump putt. I think it's going to be a little bit more about throwing it.
And Zoe, we have 0 birdies on the day so far as Rebecca Cox throws 2.
I've really tried to break this one down in my head with the farthest flying throwers, force-overs, backhand rollers, and it's going to be an incredible feat to get a birdie on hole 18.
Wynn throwing 4.
Man, she's got that really awesome kind of upshot throw potential throw in. I love it.
On 18 today, we have only seen 9 pars. As Ananda throws her next.
And although it wasn't a bad shot, it was a mistake that can't be made if you want to card the par.
And looking back down at your feature card on the tee of 18.
This is a really great view to kind of see what the challenge is here, crossing 3 huge golf fairways in the design of this hole 18.
We're as high as you can fly out here legally. I believe right at 400 feet. Zooming in down to the tee. Looks like your second feature card has left their second shots. Have some final feature card drives for you shortly. Win par on 18. This hole averaging 6, and that's a 5. It's a good 5.
That's a solid 5. Hannah played great golf in round 1 here, finishing at a 4 down. Only 2 blemishes on the scorecard in the middle of the rounds, and keeping it together at the end there. Very solid play. A little quick sighting of our local Madison Tomato off on the left there.
Uh-huh. Is that Raven right there?
I think so. Yep, Raven Klein.
Yeah. I'll have to add up the scores.
I was like, that is kind of hilarious that there's like such a big difference. It's a nice color.
And preparing to take the tee, Kristen Tatar.
That looks great.
That's a smash. That's so far out there. She likes it.
Hansen.
So much farther past Kristen's. Is Ella going to be our one hope? Maybe Paige Pierce? And you guys, when I say one hope, we have not seen 4 shots get a female player into either circle yet. We just want to see this happen.
Yeah. Paige Pierce, a big tee shot. We'll see what the position looks like as we watch Scoggins tee. Terry, do you have an eye on that Pierce lie? It looks like it might be trouble.
Yeah, she definitely got it a lot farther than what we saw from Ella Hansen a moment before, and I'm actually just a few feet from it. She's going to have some needles to deal with. Other than that, actually, she's got a pretty good look as I'm standing over it. Let's see if she can get another big drive off.
All right. You'd love to see it. Thanks, Terry.
Incredible distance by Paige Pierce and continuing to show her elite status. All skills in the game for Paige Pierce are there.
Ananda, her third.
Now she doesn't like it out of her hands.
Ooh, well, you can see why. Testing that OB after the tree hit is safe, though. And you like her chances for par. Rebecca Cox. Also Rebecca's third.
And just for a little bit of perspective, we just saw that Mando tree, or the Mando sign on the tree next to those last couple of shots. That is 324 feet away, and they still have a couple of little tiers of elevation to get up. Drop zone, if missed, is placed at 298, so just almost 300 feet away.
Looking down at your feature card, and I believe Owen Scoggins getting ready for her second. That looked like Owen. Fires that second shot into the woods. As we look down at your other feature card making their way up the fairway. That was Owen's disc landing there safely in the fairway. Tatar. Second shot.
This had good speed and power behind it. It wasn't that high off the ground.
Terry, did you say something to Kristen? She was coming for you right there, my man.
No, and I'm just trying to look at her shot. This tree might be in her swing. She'll at least be thinking about it, but she should have airspace to get it after the pin.
Okay, so you like her chances for an up and down par from there, Terry? Well, 2 ups and a down.
Yes, that should be no problem whatsoever.
Hansen set up beautifully after the drive, throws 2. Trying to bend this one over.
This is a great shot.
That's the Mando tree. Terry, can you see that second shot for Hansen? It looks like it stopped short of the Mando.
Ella's not satisfied.
They gave her the green flag, and I'm going to take a look at it. I think she's going to be pinched up against the tree, but it looks like she is in fact safe. Just very awkward lie for her.
Okay, thankfully, Ella great on the forehand side. Hopefully she can stretch out a big one there. And Terry called this perfectly. Paige lined up very nicely for the second. Only trouble looks like the run-up.
And very good throw.
Yeah.
We didn't see Pierce trying to break off too much distance, though. I think she's just playing this for par and trying to golf it out smart.
Sure. Rebecca Cox ahead on the fairway. This is going to be her 4th shot.
Nothing left to do for Rebecca.
Her upshot game's been really nice today.
That's
She's had
right.
a lot of drop-ins. Ananda. That was also a size 4th and also a drop-in par. And Looking down at your final group and also looking at your scores, I believe our lead card is at this point locked in for tomorrow. We'll be watching Tatar, Wynn, Ananda, and Gannon on that lead card. Chase card's still on the balance. That's a great lead card. Pierce has a chance to make the chase card, but we'll see how that goes. Needs a birdie on 18 to do it, or she will be on that third card. As we look at Scoggins throwing 2. As Scoggins makes solid progress up the fairway. We're taking a look at this third card. We might have 12 world titles in that third card tomorrow.
Yeah, if it does shake up that way, that'll be a fun card to watch or follow as well.
Definitely.
Depending on how this finish shakes out for Paige Pierce, we're talking about her potentially joining Katrina Allen, Juliana Korver, and herself on third card. However, Paige could still do something incredible here.
Currently not tied for 7th. I guess it's down to PGA numbers for that chase card. As you look back down the fairway at Tatar, throwing 3.
Oh no. Out of bounds for Tatar.
Oh my goodness. Unexpected.
And I think she was really hoping for a little more air underneath that because she did turn it over looking for a little flex and ground action. It just didn't have the height.
So likely at least, I mean, it's got to be at least a bogey finish for Tatar. That lead will be at most 1 over Ananda and Wynn. As we watch Paige Pierce throw 3. This looks like a legitimate shot at birdie here, Zoe.
I think so. Paige is our last hope for such an incredible feat.
Oh, it's fading early.
Needs to get down. She's on flat ground.
In circle 2. The first time anyone has been in circle 2.
Nobody's even been remotely close to that. That is incredible for Paige, especially when I'm thinking about her second shot. She didn't go for pure distance. She just went for position with a hyzer.
You're right.
This is amazing.
And let's not count out Hansen, who unfortunately pitched herself right on this Mando tree. It would take something pretty special from here.
She's lining up that force over angle. She just needs the height. And get to edge. She does it.
What a shot. That's circle 1. Ella Hansen from out of position.
Ella and Paige both having the opportunity to card the birdie on 18. No other female even pretending to get close. Wow, that was very, very
I didn't think she could do it from that
exciting
spot. That
to
was
see.
a really tough out. But that kind of that ultimate experience, you know, that reach out forehand, it just feels so natural to the ultimate player, and LA is showing you that right there.
Yeah, I think one more step even for me. I think yeah, little grasses. Yeah, that's good.
Yes, Kristen is getting position, and now she's going to have to take range. Probably not a spot she planned on being.
Yeah.
And that looked great.
That should work for a bogey finish and a 1-stroke lead heading into day 2. I saw Terry trying to be a nice guy right there, trying to pick up Kristen's disc for her. As we look at Scoggins approaching. This is Owen's fourth, trying to set up the par. Oh, it's fantastic. And we'll get Owen out of here with an even day if the putt drops. And there is Terry, handing that disc back to Tatar. This is going to be Kristen's 12th hot round this season. The next best player has 3.
Wow.
Yeah. Talking about hot rounds. Tatar with 12. Number 2 is at 3. Paige Pierce for the first birdie of the day on 18 and guaranteeing a chase card spot.
She does it and walks it in commanding fashion. Paige Pierce will not be joining that third card. She solidified chase.
And we can actually say the same here for Hansen. A make and she's guaranteed chase and only the second birdie of the day on 18.
Just one more rotation and a little higher. She kept the focus. She really dug deep. There's nothing wrong with what Ella just did on hole 18. She just needed a little bit more on the putt. She will card the par.
But, I mean, it's a really nice back 9. A 3 down back 9 after a rough front. You'd really like to see that fight. Scoggins puts home par. Ends the day where she started it, even par. Tied for 14th. A bogey for Tatar drops her back to a 1-stroke lead. Hansen par. Let's roll back a Zuka replay of this. Paige Pierce, the only birdie of the day on 18 from Circle 2. This is perfect, too.
One of the greatest players to ever play our game, Paige Pierce, and she is commanding in fashion. The fact that she is the only birdie on hole 18, you know that the entire FPO field is talking about who's going to get 18, who's even going to get the opportunity. It's Paige Pierce.
You love to see it. What do you think about our first lap around West?
Well, I think that there were a little bit of shy putters out there. We want to see a little more capitalizing on the opportunities all of these women are giving themselves. I like the looks of our first 3 cards coming out tomorrow. It's going to be an incredible show. And I really just want to encourage you guys, there are just a couple VIP tickets left for tomorrow and then some GA for the weekend. Get here. This is an Elite Plus.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Let's take one more quick break. When we come back, we have the OTB after show as well as the OTB shot of the day. We'll catch you there.
Yes, it's an escape. And yes, it is lucid plastic. It is ice lucid plastic. And it's orbited all at the same time. Get yours June the 15th or at Emporia during the Dynamic Disc Open.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
Welcome back, Tatar, with another hot round, her 12th of the day. Let's check out some highlights.
There were smooth putting. That is pretty much a guarantee in Kristen's game at this point from what we've seen this season. But she was driving the disc like a boss in commanding fashion off the tee, getting way up the fairway when it counted.
82% fairway hits today.
And that's what it takes on this West course, really out here all over for the Portland Open. But then this was the one that really got the crowd fired up. Circle 2 and a big one at that.
And this on 17, keeping that 100% C1X going on the day. And a little bit of struggle on 18 with the bogey, but your leader, a stroke over the field over Ananda and Wynn, Gannon, and what we will have 10 World Championships on the chase card. Zoe.
So, yeah, this is also a big deal. We've got players out here playing, and this is the Elite Plus. It's worth more. It's the equivalent of a major, Ian. 150 points is what the first place podium finisher is going to gain.
How about this day from Tatar? We saw her with the early birdies, some struggles, and then really picked it up on that back nine.
I mean, to me, I just see smooth, I see focused, and I see somebody ready for the rounds 2, 3, and 4. She played a lot of practice rounds. We heard it from her in her interview, 36 holes, straight into the tournament. I didn't see fatigue. I saw focus. Okay. Yeah. So.
What do you expect we'll see in our second lap around West tomorrow? A little more experience, some tournament experience. You think we'll see anything hotter than that 5?
I do. I actually completely expect us to get to a 7 or an 8. Now these players have played the track. They've seen how their competitors are playing it. A lot of that early first round nerves are being shaken off. So I do expect to see a couple hotter scores and a few more capitalized opportunities. I expect to see more birdies tomorrow on those big pars.
Yes, I would think so. We got Big Bunny Missy also on our league card tomorrow, along with Hannah Wynn and Sai Ananda. They'll be joining Tatar. We've seen a lot of Ananda this year. Could this be the year she kind of just bubbles up into that elite company?
I think so. And she's really, she's in the Pacific Northwest, one of the favorites certainly in the area. She's got a lot of fans, a lot of big smiles, and a lot of good energy coming in. So this could be a big one for Sai.
Yeah, we got the 2 people from the Spokane and the Spokane Valley.
That's right.
Ananda and Wynn on our league card tomorrow. Kind of cool. And if you want to hear from Sai and Tatar, that'll be in Tournament Central. Coming right after the show. Yeah, we'll have both of them get some interviews with Terry and a bunch of other fantastic analysis interviews, the whole smorgasbord.
Yeah, I really like that personal touch of the Tournament Central. Be sure to tune in if you want to hear from the players, but you know what time it is.
It's my favorite time of the day, Zoe. It's OTB, this thing.
And I've been really trying to think about which one it's going to be. Hannah had a huge throw-in on one.
There's like some good putts from KT. We had that Paige Pierce, the only birdie of the day on 18. I feel like it's got to be that putt, right?
There's so many options.
Nah, you can't pick.
Paige,
poorly.
Hannah,
Let's see what they got
Kristen.
for us.
Paige, Hannah, Kristen.
You got the recency bias of the 18 shot too. Let's see. Oh, the big putt from Tatar. It was a double big putt,
I agree with that.
Right.
And I like the little stylish kind of body language at the end. Watch this. Oh, yeah.
In the middle of that 4 birdie stretch as well for Tatar. Keep it going. That was on 16. And let's check out your broadcast times. The gents are kicking off in about an hour and a half at 3 o'clock just an hour, excuse me. And then our WIM will be teeing off at 9 o'clock again tomorrow.
Get out here, get your tickets, get your friends on the Disc Golf Network. This is an Elite Plus, and we're halfway through the season, folks.
Thanks for watching. We'll catch you soon.
Welcome back to Tournament Central. Round 1 of the FPO division here at the Portland Open is complete, and Kristen Tatar, yet again, your leader. 500 par, bogeying 18, putting her within a stroke of a couple players. You followed her all day, Terry. What did you see?
Well, we saw a lot of classic Kristen. She started off really hot. I mean, birdieing holes 1 and 2 to get going. And then, as you just mentioned, she stumbled a little bit, we'll say, on hole number 18 by throwing one of her approach shots out of bounds. But the putting looked pretty solid throughout. Kristen Tatar, if she's suffering from jet lag, I'd hate to see, what the rest of the competitors think when she's fully rested and ready to go.
Yeah, so the thing that I noticed right off the bat, hole 1, her second shot, just such a confident, aggressive driver turnover to that very small sliver of a green, to me was a statement. I'm here, I'm fresh, I feel rested, and an easy birdie on one of the toughest holes in the course. Do you feel like anyone else has to work overtime to beat her this week, or is it possible of catching her on an average weekend?
Well, and that's just it. The only time someone beats Kristen Tatar, right, is if she plays just average. And even sometimes her average is still too good to get past. You're going to have to shoot probably averaging at least 1,000 rated golf or beyond if you want to get past Kristen. And one of the most interesting stats that I heard as we were closing out during the round, the booth was telling us that this is Kristen's 12th hottest round of the year, as in 12 different times she has been the hottest round on the course. The next closest person, I think, had 2 or 3. So that just shows you how she goes out. She has these hot rounds. Sometimes she sets the pace, or sometimes she's distancing herself from the rest of the field. But you need something special to get past her.
Well, I do want to talk to you more about this course that we watched the players play, but something interesting, I was talking to Kristen off camera about this track, and her response to me was, it's not my job to have an opinion. It's very beautiful out here, but otherwise I will show up to any course no matter what it is, and I'll give it the same effort. And it's easy to write that down on paper and try to follow that. She's really breathing that and living that, and it's speaking in her consistency.
Well, and I'll follow that up by saying 2 other women that we've heard say that. One of them just yesterday was Paige Pierce. She said, you got to go out. Everybody plays the same holes. You've got to go out and throw it. And another person who's even more classically been saying that for the last few years, Katrina Allen. If you ask her about tee pads, about hole distance, about pars, every single time she's pretty much the standard response is, everyone's got to play them. It's not going to do any good if I'm complaining about them. Let's just go out and get the job done. So if Kristen's following maybe a little bit of the lead of what we see from Paige or Katrina Allen, those are a couple of multiple-time world champs, I think she's doing it right.
Well, luckily, it's our job to overthink. So let's talk about these trees, these beautiful trees like Kristen said on this course. They're framing up some really scenic greens out here on this course.
They are, and what I would say, they're providing the beauty for us, but they're providing the challenge for the players. And so often, you hear people maybe complain or have a little disdain and say, well, golf courses feel so wide open. There's, just a few things to throw around. I was watching so many different times out there today, even with a good second shot or maybe a good tee shot, the players still had the straddles. They still had the long putts. At one point early in the round, Owen Scoggins had gotten a roll away, and she got there and she just kind of looked up like, this big, huge tree still in my way. I think that's something that's going to continue to be an issue out here for the weekend, and that goes along with course knowledge and just saying, hey, where do I want to miss? What tree do I need to get past? Because they're a factor on almost every hole out here.
It's interesting, the way the players are playing this course, it seems like the tee shots are really challenging. There's a lot of gaps to hit that these trees frame up, but then you have a lot of landing space out in the middle of these giant fairways, and then it seems to tighten up at almost every single green. So whereas there's a lot of freedom, you really have to pick your spots, and like you said, course knowledge is a big deal. And someone who I feel like did a really good job of maneuvering this course today, only a stroke behind Kristen, is Sayananda, who is proving that she is more elite than I think we even gave her credit for.
Well, we've kind of quietly watched her step onto the scene in the last few years. If you've been out here in the Pacific Northwest, you know that she's really good. You see her often. In fact, I think she's won more tournaments than she hasn't in her overall PDGA standings. A lot of that has been local, but then you saw her bust out earlier this year with the performance that she's had. And I always go back to my story. I watched her at the World Championships, the Amateur World Championships in Madison, Wisconsin a few years ago. She won. and she got on a plane and left. She didn't even stick around for the award ceremony. She didn't have time. She maybe wasn't planning on winning it. I don't know, but she had to leave immediately. And what she's done with her putter from long range, from short range, and then her standstill distance, we saw a few highlights of those last weekend. It's just incredible what she continues to do out there. And if you're unfamiliar with Sai, you have to know that she's here and she's here to stay right now. So everyone's going to know her name. In fact, I think we've got a little bit from Sai Ananda from earlier today. Let's take a listen.
Checking in with Sai Ananda. Sai, 4 under opening round, 1 off the pace. Looking at the scoreboard, just a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, just a little bit. The start was, I mean, the first drive was like absolutely amazing and was better than anything I had thrown in practice. So I was like, oh, all right, maybe we're playing today. And I think the front 9, I haven't checked at the scorecard. I wasn't paying, too much attention. When I had I had those bogeys and some of those like missed shots, I really just tried to like keep the momentum moving forward onto the next hole.
You were talking about the back 9 and the wind going every which direction. What's the challenge coming down the stretch on this course?
I think the challenge, at least for me, was less managing the conditions and is more just kind of managing my mentality and like my energy levels. For the final 4 holes, I really like to, I don't know, kick it into a slightly different gear and really pay attention because you've gained all these strokes throughout the round and you've set yourself up and then you kind of just want to keep what you have going into the final holes. So I was happy with the finish.
You're continue to pop up on the leaderboards. Just tell us about your game and just how you're feeling overall, just out on the disc golf course.
Overall, I'm kind of liking how the course is playing. I only had 1 practice round for each course. So out there, I was definitely trying to like stay engaged and really like pay attention to the wind just because I didn't have as much experience. I really tried to apply myself and really like give each shot the focus it deserved just because there were certain things that maybe I wasn't so sure of like I wasn't sure about a distance between an OB and stuff like that. So just kind of trying to keep a modest game plan and then kind of like feel when I'm able to like execute and like kick it up into gear and then bring it back down into gear and not like a pet peeve of mine is when I get a really good birdie and then I bogey the hole afterwards, like the opposite of a bounce back. So when I do get a good shot, I typically try to like kind of calm and like reset. And I think, I don't know, I was thinking that there were a lot of like left to right holes. So I was thinking it was going to be really forehand friendly, but it seemed like the backhand shots were flying really well out there. And I think we got lucky with a beautiful day as well. So, I mean, it all just kind of came together for a lovely day.
Definitely. Kind of unique that we get to turn around and play the same course tomorrow, back-to-back days, with the two-course event. Any changes to the game plan tomorrow?
Well, I don't know, I kind of try to set myself up with like a multifaceted kind of game plan to where it isn't like a singular line of execution per hole. I try to give myself, 2 or 3 options. I like to talk to my dad a lot about like an aggressive option and a conservative option or like, a layup and stuff like that. So I think just breaking down the holes was super duper helpful for me and just kind of keeping it on the fairway and keeping it clean.
Perfect. All right, that's Sai Ananda, 1 stroke back here in Portland.
Something that I love in how she speaks about this course is she understands because of how much expansive green space there is to land, you have to have multiple game plans out here. I know that she's going to come back and make the adjustments she needs to make. The other thing that I have to say here after following her quite a bit throughout this round, she throws hard. She throws the disc way farther and harder than people realize, and especially when the wind is down, she shapes the disc and pushes it forward better than almost anybody in the FPO division and blew me away. I think you know as well that she throws far, but I think she is solidifying that. She is not mid-tier in regards to distance anymore. She is way up there. Hole number 12, 390-foot low-ceiling flex shot, no problem for Sai. So stuff like that just blows me away. Excited to see how she does tomorrow. We're going to take a commercial break on the other side. Missy Gannon, we'll see you then.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim.
We have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
Here we go. So we're going to throw some forehands
Oh yeah.
Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket.
You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up. Okay. It's getting dark.
Welcome back. Also joining the lead card tomorrow with Kristen and Cy is Missy Gannon, who shot an early hot round of 3 under that held for quite a bit of the day. Let's hear from her after her round.
Missy Gannon, Missy, early tee time today.
Yeah.
Any adjustments for getting out on the course that early?
No, it actually is exactly how I practice. So I've been out here about 7:40 every morning to practice. So it's actually kind of nice. I haven't had an early tee time in a minute. It just felt like a practice round.
All right, you're one of the first players we've talked to after playing this new redesigned West course. What are your thoughts? What are the challenges?
I think the challenges really is just how long the course, and I don't mean necessarily that all the holes are super long. It's just that it's a lot of land to cover. So, just making sure you're staying hydrated, keeping up with snacks, and, keeping your energy up, I think is the biggest thing. But otherwise, I think it plays fair. I think it's going to play tough. But the birdies are definitely out there.
Transitioning from your practice round to actual competition, are you making notes throughout or little tweaks that something didn't come up in practice, or maybe it's playing a little different?
Yeah, actually, kind of. It's funny you say that because there was 2 holes where I found myself a little shorter off the, I think I want to say hole 4, where it's sort of that there's a water in between and you have to throw over on the second shot. I found myself shorter off the tee, but it made me be able to throw a little bit more of a higher speed disc on the next shot. And that was kind of nice, and I actually liked that plan, and I might try to do that again.
One miscue right out of the gate, but then pretty clean the rest of the way. I mean, how's your game feeling?
Really good, yeah. Actually, there was a sneaky bunker on hole 1 that I kind of forgot about. So while my second shot wasn't the shot that I needed, it also found the bunker. So, I think that, just stick to the game plan. I was throwing great shots, and I actually missed a few just outside the circle for more birdies. So, just stay calm and keep it going.
All right.
Rounding out the lead card for the FPO division tomorrow is another player from Spokane, Washington. That's 2 on the lead card. Hannah Wynn, 4 under par, 1 off the lead in Kristen Tatar. Let's hear from her as well after her round.
In with Hannah Wynn. Hannah, solid 4 under round to start. You got a 60-foot putt on hole 2. How does that get your round going?
Felt really good. I know I was really focused, and I just felt like my putting was really good from the get-go when I warmed up this morning, so it just worked out.
Tell us about this course. Where's the difficult stretch? Where's the challenge?
The challenge is everywhere. This course is really long. There's lots of par 4s and 5s. And what was the question? I'm sorry.
No, just, what's the difficult stretch out there?
Difficult. Yeah, I feel like all of them are really difficult.
Got you. Solid finish, too. How crucial is that to go 3 under over the last 5 holes to finish the opening round?
I really told myself to just par out on the last 2, and if you have an opportunity to get the birdie, you really got to capitalize on it. I really try to play really smart in the last 9 holes.
Tell us about your game overall right now. Your name is popping up the leaderboards more and more often these days. What's working in your game right now?
Some days my putts are really on, like I'm really good at throwing them in like from 60 feet. I'm really good at those. And as long as I keep the drive clean, I feel like I'm going to be really good off the tee. And so I just feel like everything's kind of clicking consistently yet. But yeah.
You know, what's it going to take to, you know, to get it clicking consistently?
Keep staying focused. There's a lot of times where today I was just, my mind kind of wandered off and I had to tell myself to stay in it because I'm playing really well. So having a good mindset of winning and doing good.
Home is not too far away. What's it like just having the tour, you know, up here in the Pacific Northwest?
It's awesome. I've already seen some hometown folks, so that's really cool. And it's just, the Pacific Northwest is beautiful, and I love being here.
Nice. All right, that's Hannah Wynn off to a solid start here at the Portland Open.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow morning, the FPO competitors will attack the West course again here at Glendoveer, round 2. But don't go anywhere. Round 1 for the MPO division, our lead feature card is going off soon. Terry, you got to go wolf down your lunch and get back out there. I'm Brian Earhart. He's Terry Miller. We'll see ya.